All right, I think we are live. Give me a few moments here to do an update to see if we're active so I can check myself. I'm going to go through an intro. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, I can hear myself back there. Good. So normally you just have hold music and watch like a dial down until the stream started, but I'm not that advanced yet. So what I have figured out is that I can put a full screen illustration here for you guys to gander at while I build out my social media posts and stuff like that, which will only take a moment here. So if you want to skip forward to the future, like kick ahead a minute and then, you know, just imagine that there was like a 60-second countdown that you got to. But I'm just posting here to my favorite channels on Discord, Blue Sky, Twitter, that I'm up and running. So if you're here and you're new to the channel, welcome to the mix. I'm proud to have you. My name is Phil Kearney. I create role-playing games. I illustrate them and I publish them online. And we're creating a Bastion Campaign source book for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition that we'll be publishing on the DMsGuild. What we're looking at right now here, this is the book cover to one of the supplements that I've published on DMsGuild already called Nature's Ally. It is themed off of here, let me get my screens out of the way here and fix stuff real fast. Okay, that's all in place. Yeah, okay, so here on stream, we've got we'll get to the playtest document that we're going to use. Here's the color mana system that uses Magic the Gathering, converting the 8 schools of magic and Vancian magic into the color mana system that if you know Magic the Gathering, you'll be familiar with. Here's a bunch of other books that I've created on the DMsGuild as well. And Nature's Ally is where this cover came from that we're illustrating today. It's a Strixclass where either a druid or a wizard can take the subclass, and it works the same for both of them. It still uses 2014 rules. We'll be updating it to 2025 soon enough. But that is a Selesnya druid in her sanctuary. And from the idea around the Bastion campaign that we're building is we're redefining what bastions are to allow for a wider array of gameplay and to have risks and rewards to the action, to the orders that you issue to your bastion. So if you want to read along with me today, here's the playtest document that we are currently using to create. It's a read-only document for you, but we'll be utilizing this in upcoming games that we're running and playtesting with. If you find this stuff fun, like, subscribe, hit the bell icon for notifications of when we're live in the future. If you want to hang out, here's my Discord community that you can access. And if you like the books that I create, consider purchasing some of them to encourage similar behavior in the future. So let's see. Oh yeah, so we're getting into this. Bastion Campaigns, there we go. So let's see. This is our 3rd episode. It's technically the 31st episode of us building the supplement. We're currently at 47 pages and in about maybe 60 some odd hours. So we're doing pretty good. I don't expect you to tag along for the entire 60 hours, but if you're interested in checking out all the origin on this stuff, here's the full playlist, including the original in command system that we had. Which is a mass combat system that we've used in both our Spelljammer supplement, as well as in this Bastion system to be able to have characters commanding large-scale forces. And we're going to follow up the Bastion campaign book with the in command of squads and armies to really lean into the action economy of your characters leading a large force of creatures. The Spelljammer book really allows us to use your character's action economy because it basically treats ships as like druid wild shapes, huge druid wild shapes that your entire team can contribute their action economy in tandem together to operate the ship against other basically space fish. It's kind of how the system works. So you can utilize the 5e action economy system at these huge scales with massive creatures, both constructed as ships or naturally grown as aberrations or monstrosities. So the guilds and the squads and armies book, that takes a little bit more machination than the Spelljammer book, because Spelljammer ships can fly at 100 million miles per day, which is like 10,000 miles per round. So you don't have to worry about a time delay between your forces hitting the other team, because I can't snap with my authorized. You're right there. Yeah, I can barely snap. Whew. Noted. All right, there. Anyway, so yeah, so this is the 31st episode, but this is the third episode since we've completed the initial look at the different facilities that we have. There's 29 in the Dungeon Master's Guide 2025, and I think we've added on like maybe 4 or 5 of them. We've broken down what orders can be issued to each facility and what those orders accomplish when you do. So that's we finished that task 3 episodes ago, and now we're going through the process. Let me get down to the. Actually, I'm going to stay here inside this document. Where did we leave off? I think we're all the way up around laboratories right now. Sanctum, Scriptorum, Stables, Storehouse. Here we are at the teleportation circle. Okay, cool. I'm going to pull this out as a separate tab so we can tab shift into it. Let's take this to the end of the document, where we're doing a breakdown of how the different tasks are utilized, or how the orders are issued in different ways. So I'm going to pluck this. We're going to open up a notepad. I'm going to drop it in here for further reference, and we'll just use this for whatever we need to use this for. This is the item list in the back of the book. Okay, cool. So regarding the Nature's Ally notation here, a bastion is just areas that you have control of and that you can utilize for resources. A bastion could be a river, could be like in a river delta, and like 500 feet over there is the sanctum. The sanctuary is over there. You have a garden there. There's a greenhouse over here. You can have them spread out. In an urban setting, you could have a bastion that's divided up into different facilities that are strewn across the city. Like your storehouse could be in the docks warden of Waterdeep, but your pub could be in the Nobles District, for example. So then those are like half a mile apart from each other. But they're both safe places because you can transport materials from the storehouse to your pub. You could have a laboratory in the lower district, for example. So you could have it spread out all over the place. Or you could have it all consolidated into one space. It doesn't necessarily have to be indoors. It can be outdoors, but the space that the minimum space that it needs to occupy does exist, which we have here listed in the document as well. So this is our third episode since we've completed this rough list of how we use the different orders there's something going on. There we go. Get rid of that. Yeah, so this is episode 3 of us taking, after we've finished all the orders that can be issued, we're now in the process of breaking down what all the different orders are, because we came up with different ideas for each facility, and they don't necessarily follow the same rules. So we have like in one it'd be like roll an extra inspiration die, or like bastion die when you make your bastion check. Another one is like gain advantage with your bastion check. Do we want to be able to gain advantage and roll multiple dice at the same time? Probably not. One of them is like if you fail a bastion check, you can re-roll to succeed, or you automatically pass if the bastion failed because of materials. These are auto successes. It destroys the exploration pillar of play if you don't have to make a die roll. Numenera and the Cypher system is built around eliminating die rolls, and it's a very different system with a lot of different mechanics that you don't just casually just pepper into 5e. The Ranger demonstrates the destruction of the exploration pillar by trivializing the challenges that you face in that environment. So you either don't engage because there's no rules, or you don't engage because you nullify the risk of failure. In either instance, there's no die rolling, and die rolling is what makes it a game. So we want to have a risk reward system built into it. So everything that we have in the Bastion system is effectively a skill challenge, or basically like an ability check that your Bastion makes depending on how powerful your Bastion is at performing a particular type of order, or how it carries out an order. And so having benefits that eliminate that die roll is antithetical to the goal of the book, which is to have the opportunity of failing die rolls, because with this system, every time you fail a Bastion check, it creates an adventure hook. That if you take this adventure, if your characters survive and succeed at the task, then the order that you issued succeeds. It's called a complication. It's not called failure. It's called a complication. So every time you roll and a complication occurs, then your characters could either choose to make that their episode of the week to go resolve this complication, so your Bastion does what you want. Or if you have additional order, because you can only issue so many orders to your Bastion at a time, and the number of orders you can issue increases as you gain ranks, 1 to 5, plus 1. So it's like proficiency mods. It starts with 2 orders and it goes up to 6. But if you have spare Bastion points that you haven't expended to improve facilities, if you have a pocket of free-floating Bastion points, you can spend those Bastion points to get extra orders, so that you can basically use these Bastion points are basically a resource, like a mana pool that your Bastion has to basically like sustain or maintain concentration on various effects, as well as to be able to improve your characters or to take actions against other against other Bastions or settlements. But there also is a meta currency that you can spend, kind of like sorcery points, where I want to modify what my Bastion is doing. So I'm going to spend some Bastion points to issue an extra order, or maybe like we can spend points to get an extra die. Because you roll a d20 plus the rank of your facility plus a Bastion die, and the size of the Bastion die, d4, d6, d8, d10, d12, 5 ranks, depends how many Bastion points you've expended to improve facilities for an order, like the crafting order. You can improve that with workshop, you can improve it with a laboratory, you can improve it with a smithy, of an armory. There's a lot of different facilities that can improve the crafting order. So for every point that you put into facilities that are improving the crafting order, you roll a larger die to add to your D20 test. So that becomes a Bastion test. So we could say spend points on we could spend Bastion points to re-roll a Bastion die, to potentially you don't get to just re-roll it, but if you have, like, say if you're rolling a D8 and you rolled a 16 on the D20, you've got a +3 to it, so now you've got a 19, but you needed a 25 to succeed, and you only rolled a 3, so you only got a 22. You missed it by 4. You could say spend a Bastion point to re-roll the D8. You'll have to get a 6, 7, or 8 for you to succeed. So like that's a decent risk reward. You only have so many points that you can spend, and you have to re-roll it. And if the result isn't any better, then you spent those points for nothing. You'll get them back next week. Hey, now. You'll get them back next week, but again, it's a limited resource. You're specifically not spending those points to improve a facility, so you have this pocket of currency that you can spend at any time to modify die rolls. And I think I'm okay with that. Because largely it's going to be the D20 that determines if you succeed or not. The D20 is basically the performance of your Bastion as a whole to accomplish the task. The Bastion die represents how well the hireling NPCs work together to be able to succeed at the task. So I could have a 5th rank facility that's rolling a D12. But if I roll a 1 on my D20, it doesn't matter what I roll on that D12. I'm still going to fail because the Bastion failed the task. But if I hit a 19 or a 20 or even like a 15 or a 16 on that D20, and the only reason I failed is because I rolled a 1 on my Bastion die, then maybe if I had the opportunity to roll the Bastion die again, maybe that would be a success. The D20 is going to generally determine whether we're going to succeed at any order that's been issued or not. But I think spending points to re-roll the Bastion die is like motivating your team. Like, I see my team isn't working well together. I'm like Bardic Inspiration. I'm going to spend this Bastion point to pull my team together to be able to succeed at this task when they working individually isn't working at all. So I like the narrative that exists inside of there, and it doesn't completely screw up the success versus failure that you get from the D20. Yeah, I think I like that. If you don't decide to take on a complication as an adventure, you can instead issue an order to try to resolve the issue. But you can't, like, if the issue is a crafting problem, like if you failed the crafting check, you can't make another crafting check to succeed. You have to choose a different type of order, and that's randomly determined. When you create a complication, you roll a d6 to see, of the 7 orders, which 6 others that are available went wrong. Like, it went wrong because of a harvesting issue, or it went wrong because of a recruit issue, or it went wrong because of a maintain issue. So it becomes an order that has to be, you have to, if you're going to have your Bastion try to fix the problem, they have to use a different type of order to fix it. So now you're eating up more of the orders that your team has, and if you don't have any spare Bastion points laying around, you're stuck with the complication until your team gets around to fixing it, or you let the task go. It will keep your order occupied until you give up. So like if I only have 2 orders available this week and I fail both of those rolls, I've just created 2 complications, and I can only send my characters out on 1 complication at a time to solve, unless I'm doing a West March where I have multiple teams resolving multiple problems at the same time with different DMs. Or we have different teams, different level characters that are characters maybe our players send out. I'll do this adventure first, and then we'll do that adventure next, and once both of those adventures are resolved, everyone comes home and we update the Bastion churn with our successes, clearing the complications. So you have those methods available, but if both of those orders fail, and I don't have any Bastion points laying around for me to issue an additional order, I have to choose which of those 2 orders do I want to go resolve the complication for right now, and the other one's just shit out of luck. So at the end of the week, when I completed that first complication, I can either let go of that other one and get my order back, so now I have 2 orders again, or I leave that one locked up because I'm still trying to accomplish whatever that goal is, and now it's something that, like, I now have a spare order because it's the next week. I'm now going to spend that order to try to resolve that complication with my Bastion, so my characters can go on some other adventure that they have. Maybe that past complication opened up an opportunity. It's like, yeah, we got to head out of town for a few weeks. You guys take care of yourselves. And now you have all your orders that are being issued are resolving the complications that your characters can't get to, which creates, again, these create cascades of consequences that your characters can insert themselves into at any time. It says, hold on, let's resolve this shit. And they get course correct and take the Bastion in the direction that they want it to. So that's the general premise of it. It becomes a mini game. Maintaining the Bastion becomes a mini game because it's ability checks, and the results of those ability checks have consequences that impact what the character's next move might be. So it's almost like rolling a die on Monopoly. If you roll a 6, you're going to make it much further down this avenue than if you had rolled a 1. If you roll a 1, you only have that one thing. If you roll a 6, you got to deal with that thing, but you're still making progress. So maybe it's not a great analogy, but there it is. All right. So anyway, back on track. Hopefully that's enough. Preamble, enough of a rambling preamble to kind of get ourselves set up as to what's going on today. So we are 1, 2, 3. We're looking for consistencies here and making sure everything's coded properly. So recruit, roll an additional event each Bastion turn. Unique feature. Let's see. So let's go to recruit. So there's complications and there's events. If there's 0 complications, you roll an event. And so something's always happening at your bastion. Either there's something going wrong that you're dealing with, or nothing went wrong. Hey, what's this random thing that's happening? And a bastion event can be good or bad. The higher you roll, generally the better off it is. The lower you roll, the worse it is. Bah. So but it's just a random roll. It's just basically like a wandering encounter. And so when you have something that lets you issue, when you can roll an additional bastion event, even if you have if you have complications, you normally don't roll a bastion event. But even if you have complications, you would still have a bastion event. Teleportation circle is basically a facility that sets up that gives you an address that people can teleport to. It's also a point that you can teleport out of towards someplace else. So when you issue the recruit order through another facility to acquire monsters, sidekicks, or specialists, roll with advantage. Let's see. You can roll an additional bastion die, adding the highest result, adding the highest die roll to the result. Add bastion die to recruit orders. Trade. This facility can cast a teleport spell once per day. So once I start investing in trade, it becomes like here in recruiting. It's the teleportation is treated like as a destination. More people show up, more events happen, and when you're trying to recruit somebody to join your facility, you're providing them an easy means to get there. Like, hey, you just step through this door and you're going to be there. Let's get to work. Like, when do I start work? Right now. And then you're at the facility. Here's your facilities. But trade is like outgoing. So trade, this facility can cast a teleport spell once per day. There you go. Yeah, once per day. Jeez. And this is like a non-task. Non-task. When you issue the trade order through another facility to acquire materials, roll with advantage. Yeah, we're getting rid of roll with advantage. When you issue the trade order through another facility, you can roll an additional bastion die, adding the highest die roll to the result. That's better than recruiting is generally only hiring monsters, sidekicks, and specialists in general anyway. So that's kind of like that's fluff language I do not need to include. So I like simplifying that. So trade is add a die. When issuing a trade order, add bastion die. And here we have, so we already have another place that issues this order to improve the bastion die. And now we're looking at specifically here to resolve complications. And we were talking about that being a level of definition that we do not need to necessarily distinguish between the two. That adds friction. That adds friction to the action economy. So every time we have a caveat, an exception, like Pathfinder and 3rd edition D&D are riddled with these, of little caveat carve-out conditions, like you can have one reaction for every, you have 1 plus, you have a number of opportunity attacks per turn equal to 1 plus your dexterity modifier. Like that's a very, that's a conditional caveat, that may or may not apply to your character. It adds friction. You have to stop and think. Does this thing qualify? So the more often you can say, yes, it always qualifies, the faster your game system moves. But that also means whatever that option is more powerful. I'm noticing how gray my beard is, and I'm wondering if it's stately or if it's just unkept. I think it's a little unkept. I've been drinking a lot of coffee, so I'm going to ricochet a little bit with you guys today. Don't mind me. love this. I love all of this. All right, so we have an idea of how that works. We know that we're going to end up changing this, but this is why we're going through this process to see all the different mechanics that we've implemented and see which ones are making the game faster and easier to use. Because if this is fast, loose, and easy, but capable of impacting your campaign, that's a good product. This is something we should put on the DMsGuild because it's going to open up opportunities for DMs that have been looking for ways. How can I really make this thing work? And it might not be intuitive to newer DMs to be able to think in this direction. And for those that are thinking that direction, they might not want to spend the 60 plus hours that we've already spent on this, creating these ideas and making sure that they actually curve well together. All these specific caveats are 5e machinations. I actually have a playlist here on YouTube already. It's called the Eberron Spelljammer Asteroid Belt Campaign. It's a separate playlist that I have here on my YouTube stream, and it's utilizing the Guild Delver system that we've been developing that will eventually be a separate role-playing game Kickstarter. But it takes these ideas and kind of makes it OSR, like it makes it more Beckme or like Shadow Dark than 5th edition. But 5th edition is such a caveat-driven game that it's a fun game engine to work on. It's legitimately fun to kit bash with 5e, and D&D is the source of so many ideas that I have around role-playing games that I like to build them in 5e first, because if I can build something complicated that uses the rules of 5e, it's a good testing ground if it's fun. That if I build a more simplified version of it, then I can take that into the OSR Shadow Dark space and be able to have it function there just as well using easier mechanics. So I'm allowed to do that. I'm not going to be reproducing this in another game system. I'm going to be translating these ideas into a different game system altogether. So it's similar but completely different. And 5e, Magic the Gathering, Eberron, Spelljammer, Planescape, these are all campaign settings that I adore and have been in love with since they came out in the 90s. So I want to basically scratch that itch of that young kid that dreamt of doing stuff like this for D&D. And even if it's just on the DMsGuild, to my heart, it still counts. And then after I complete all these ideas and I can finally say, I think I've given back what D&D has given to me, I can then step away from 5e stuff if I want to and start exploring other game spaces and doing Kickstarters and stuff that aren't related to D&D content at all. But I've had 30 years, almost 40 years of pent up, God, I would love to be able to do this stuff if I can. And now that I can, I can respect other people saying, hey, DMsGuild, I want more money. Or I want to own this IP or whatever. And I don't want to have to build it more than once. I just want to build it once and make it mine. I respect that. And I have no hate to people that do that at all. My path is different. So I'm building DM stuff on the DMsGuild, whether it makes me money or not. It's where my heart is at. And if I can follow my heart, it's going to lead me to where I'm supposed to be. So that is my own personal disclaimer. You can like WotC or not. You can boycott my stuff if you want because you don't believe in WotC. You can still look at all my material for free. If you think it's cool, I would love for you to buy it to support my works. If you want to support me on Patreon, God bless you. If you just want to show up in my Discord and sharpen knives with me, glad to have you. But I have to put that disclaimer out there. So I just think it's important because people can come at things from different directions. But yeah, that's the teleportation circle. So it requires 3rd rank, which is effectively like 9th level. Teleportation circle is a 5th level spell, so 9th level characters can do that. So basically you create a teleportation circle, and now you can do these things. From a recruiting perspective, but none of these things actually require you to have any points put into the facility. So you need to have, this modifies recruiting rolls. So like these things are freebies. So let's put a note down here. Add dice to resolve complications. Recruit has the teleportation circle. And trade also has the teleportation circle. Let's see. I feel like I've missed something. So before I proceed, I just want to backtrack through here to see if there's any language about dice. Yeah, this gives stuff for free, and I hate that. That's just wrong. We're gonna fix that. Harvest, alpaca, blah blah blah. Trade, okay. Question: repairing damaged bastions. This is misplaced, but it's okay here for now. Maintain. Empower or create a magical item. That's okay. Empower. That's okay. I'm just looking for instances of where it came up that you can re-roll. And this looks like it's all bolded, and it shouldn't be. Oh, I guess it's just a different. Okay, whatever. Temporary hit points. Heal spell. Charm. Harvest. Issue trade order, resolve a complication, or require materials, gain advantage. That's the pub. Whenever you issue the trade order, yeah, I was right. I missed that. So this is important that we're doing this so we can see all these things. Trade's got a lot of freaking orders going to it, dude. Additional bastion die, giving the best result. That's maintained from the menagerie. Barracks. Menagerie. To attract adepts. Power order. Just going through here just to find them. High result maintain is through the guild hall. When rolling a maintain check, when rolling a craft check to create a non-magical items, you can roll the bastion die again. Craft is guild hall. These bastions might spend to improve either craft and increases the size of the living plane. Looks like no. Add to your result. The bastion has maintained. Barracks, that is. Barracks has maintained. Very good. Barracks, that is. Barracks has maintained. Armory, okay. Archive, okay. Arcane study. Okay, so that's good. Okay, so we're caught up on these. So we've had nothing that improves research, and we've had nothing that improves in power yet. So if we don't have anything, we still have a slew to go. So if we get to a point where we've gone through all the bastions and we don't have anything that improves in power or research, that tells us that we can approach the different facilities that offer those orders and see how we can improve on them to fill those holes, basically. And like obviously we've got a lot of glut going on with maintain and trade. And I'm fine with that because you have to maintain at least a poor lifestyle for your bastion with a DC 10 or above die roll. And at 5th rank, it's highly unlikely you're going to roll less than a 10 ever, but it's possible. So we want to mitigate that as much as possible. So where are we at now? Teleportation chamber. We just finished that. Why? There. Theater. There we go. I've got a skip going here. I don't know if it's because of my internet. I don't know if it's because of the file, the internet, or my computer, and it scares me in all 3 instances. So let's look at how this works. Empower. You can. A character can participate in performances. I can participate in a performance. Thank you. My body feels locked up. A character can participate in a performance that praises the gods to gain inspiration for upcoming adventures or Bastion orders a performance. Let's skip why you're performing. A character can participate in a performance to gain inspiration for upcoming adventures or Bastion orders. Each participant chooses a role. Compose, direct, perform. Characters that participate in the list for the listed duration gain a number of inspiration points equal to the difficulty rolled for the performance. DC points duration. So if I roll less than a 10, I create a complication. If I have a performance and I roll a 25, if I spend a month, I can get 4 points. Or I could spend a week and get 2 points. Up to me. But I can only get 5 points if I roll 30 and spend an entire season on this performance. I can also use this as a frame of reference for casing a joint if I'm doing a heist mission and I want to give my team a stack of inspiration points as precautions or plans that they've put in place for the heist. The more points that each character gets, the longer it takes them to accumulate that information or circumstances to be able to make whatever it is that you're trying to do work out. That we're calling it a performance here as a theater could just as easily be reskinned as a spy network that is casing a joint and providing us with information about the people that work there, the schedules that they keep, the traps that exist, how to disarm them, passwords, resources that are kept there. There's like if you're casing a castle, like getting the appropriate plans, finding a secret door to it. The more you spend time, the more you gain inspiration points that you can then spend on rerolls. And like with the leverage role-playing game in D20, you do a flashback. I guess it's Blades in the Dark too. I think they do flashbacks. But you do flashback to explain how and why you're spending this bastion point or this inspiration point to re-roll your ability check when you're trying to pick this lock. It's like, well, we knew that they were using Series 530 Master Locks. So I spent, like, of the whole season, I spent a whole week learning how to crack the 350 series of Master Locks. So I'm going to re-roll my Bastion. I'm going to re-roll that, spend an inspiration point, and re-roll that die roll to represent I actually know what I'm doing. Oh yeah, I remember this, and now I change my technique midstream to try to re-roll it to succeed. Excuse me. I have to adjust my seat right here. You know what? I feel like a fire. Give me a hot second here. I'm off screen. But I have a fireplace right behind me, and it's like 5 feet away. And all of a sudden, I feel like catching something on fire. So I don't want it to be my own life. I don't want to burn my own life down. So let's just catch a log on fire, and let that burn instead. So, cheers to that. Let's see. How are we looking over here? Okay, looks like, yeah, we're doing good. Let's see. Yeah, so that's how that works. Like if we standardize this mechanic, there's a lot of different ways you can think. Well, time spent, DC and time equals circumstances, right? So that is wrapped inside of a theater is just a circumstance that is the theater. But we can change that. Let's see. Recruit. You can issue the recruit order to attract an expert to accompany your characters on adventures or to aid in the operations of your facility. The DC to recruit is based on the level of the sidekick, which cannot exceed the level of the character. And if you roll below a 10, let's update our language here. Less than 10. There. Check fails and creates a complication. But that's all there is to the theater. So, okay, theater's done. That's good tech. I like how that sits. Let's move on. Training area. Like this language here for the recruiting is consistent. And it appears on anything where we can recruit. Like whether it's a war room to recruit warriors or a guild hall to recruit specialists, or here in the theater we get experts. The barracks I think can also attract warriors. So these are all sidekicks or specialists. Like the menagerie, you can recruit monsters to become part of the guardians of your facility. So we have this wide range of different type of facilities that can recruit different things, but all the recruiting works the same way. It's all based off of the CR or the level of the characters against the DC of recruiting them, which is limited by the rank of your bastion. So we don't have to have those detailed in every single description. We can just say you can attempt to recruit a monster to become an ally. See recruiting above. So this becomes the recruiting order. And so we explain this process in the recruiting order, and then when we go into the facility, is we would have like what's an example? Smithy. Look how simple Smithy is. You can issue the craft order to create non-magical items and then see the list of gear below. But the crafting order itself is consistent about like what rank your facility is equals the kind of shit you can craft. It's consistent. So that becomes a part of the crafting order itself. Here's how the crafting order works. So I can issue the crafting order to build this specific list of stuff that we have defined down below. Now we have it all defined down below already, so it's a consistent list of stuff. Same with empowerment. Empower works the same way regardless of what kind of magic item you're looking to build or what facility is building it. It's always the same. So I don't have to add the language over and over and over again to empower. It's always the same. So the entry for the smithy becomes basically the length of a feat. And that's ultimately what I want all of these facilities to do, is become a feat. Like a cross, it's like a cross between the description of using a tool in the player's handbook. Like it has a tool, like if you use this, you can do these things. So I want it to basically be a mix of how you would describe a tool and how you would describe a feat, and have it condensed into that space. And I think this is doing a pretty good job of simplifying that. So you have the orders that can be issued to the facility, and then we spell out like the specific things about those orders, what happens if you do. So like Spy Network, this is a very big entry for the Spy Network. But there's consistencies in the patterning here. Attacking a bastion with your Spy Network to sabotage it, for instance, is the same combat mechanics as a war room attacking with troops. So we can remove this and say you attack them with your Spy Network, sabotaging facilities. See Bastion conflicts below, for instance. So it's like, okay, great. Well, we can click down into Bastion conflicts, and here's how sabotage works. Okay, great. My Spy Network can sabotage. Could something else sabotage? potentially, like you could potentially use the theater to sabotage somebody's reputation by basically going on a tour of disrespect, having performances that are mocking the performance of, like, say, the government, which is the bastion that oversees settlements. You could have a performance that's directly attacking the political views of whatever the current government is through performance. That is, and it would take time for you to perform that action, but that's something that you could do. That's interesting. Like, that's a very Rakdos sort of thing to do if you're playing in Ravnica. And we have the mechanics here. It's sabotaging somebody's reputation, which is attacking, basically attacking their status as a specialist expert. So there you go. That's the ideas that are wrapped around inside of that. Yeah, so you can see there's a lot of language here, and we'll be able to take all that language and extract it to just be a mechanic that exists that we can just refer to. Like the theater for right now, it has inspiration points. Characters that participate in the listed duration gain a number of inspiration points equal to the difficulty rolled for the performance. And then you just spend the inspiration points during adventure. Rolled for the characters that participate in the listed duration gain a number of inspiration points during their next adventure equal to the difficulty rolled in the performance. But like now we can use this empower option. Instead of for the theater, we can put it in the spy network. You have the empower action. You can now inspire your heist mission with these by doing the research for this performance. There. And then we can take the sabotage from the spy network and put it in the theater for political sabotage. Recruit. You can issue the recruit order to attract an expert to accompany your characters on adventures or to aid in the operations of your facilities. And then, yeah, the DC, there we go. The check fails. No. So that one's resolved. Easy enough. Training area. Empower. Characters that spend a Bastion turn in downtime training can gain one boon. One boon can be active per character at a time from the list below as determined by the rank of the Bastion. By the rank of the Bastion. You have to be second rank to get a training area. But if we get a training area, we don't necessarily have to put multiple points into it. Characters don't spend a Bastion point to be here. It's just something they gain by being there. That's something that we're probably going to have to start taking into consideration that I hadn't looked through. Add dice to resolve complications. Let's see. Free perks for existing. We'll have to make a list. So let's start where we're at. Training area equals gain character boon. What about the theater? Theater, is that issuing an order? Yeah. We'll call these empower. Theater. Gain inspiration points. Recruits. Teleportation. Circle. Equals extra bastion events each turn. Yeah, we can backtrack when we need to. I'm not sure. So you could give your characters, after being empowered by the training, until you train again, you can gain one of these things. Skill, tool proficiency, learn weapon mastery, gain a feat or expertise, gain proficiency in a saving throw, weapon, armor proficiency. Or learn a language. Skill proficiency. Gain a feat or expertise. Gain proficiency in one saving throw. Is there something more minor? Is there something more minor than a weapon proficiency, armor proficiency, or learning a language? Is there something more minute? Signs point to no, my friends. But you know me, I like to have 5 things. And that's caveating behind second rank. I don't necessarily like that. Ignoring prereq. No, you gotta keep it. Gain 1 feat. Yeah, you qualify for. Let's see if that's reasonable for us to do that. So that brings us saving throw down to 4. That is not the way. Give me a second. That was not. Also not the way. There we go. This is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Characters that spend a Bastion turn in downtime training can gain 1 boon. Five to 8. Is this the way I want to do this? Can be. 9 to 12. 13 to 16. 17 to 20. This might not be bad. So your characters, let's see. Characters can spend a Bastion turn in downtime training to gain 1 boon. 1 boon can be active per character at a time from the list below, as determined by the rank of the Bastion. Up to the level of character. Characters can spend a Bastion turn in downtime. You can. No, I don't want to do it that way. Let's do it. Training can gain 1 boon. Characters that spend a Bastion turn in this facility gains a character boon. One boon can be active per character at a time from the list below as determined by the level of character. To improve the empower order in this facility. There, that's an idea. So let's see. Empower free perks is training area equals character. Oh, yeah, I already have that. Create magical items or boons. Yeah. Gain character boon. Or charm. Charm. Okay, we have those. Recruit. You can issue the recruit order to attract any type of sidekick to accompany your character on adventures. The DC to recruit is based on the level of the sidekick, which cannot exceed the level of the character. We should probably look at sidekicks. Something like that. And that cleans up recruiting there, so that's good. Trophy room. Recruit. When you issue an order to recruit monsters, soldiers, and warrior sidekicks of rank equal to or less than this number, Bastion points expended to improve recruit orders to this facility, gain advantage on the Bastion check. That should not be gain advantage. Now we want to get rid of that. We issue an order to recruit, roll 1 additional Bastion die, keeping the highest roll, adding the highest roll to the Bastion check result. research a creature or item. Let's go down here to the end. Trophy room. Trophy room. I mean, free perks includes like these. This is like a subset of this. Yeah, we caught fire. So that's the okay. War room. Maintain. You can choose. You can issue the maintain order to defend your bastion from being attacked. Make a D20 test. If the result is higher than the DC of your bastion's rank, use the higher number. Okay. And that is maintain order. To increase bastion defense. I feel like that should be a passive action. That needs to change. That definitely needs to change. Let's do it like this. Let's change that. When you issue the maintain order to defend your bastion from being attacked, roll an additional bastion die. Adding the highest result. Adding the highest roll to the bastion test result to raise the DC of your bastion defenses. Recruit. You can issue the recruit order to send the troops retained in your barracks to attack a rival bastion. Let's change that. Add troops to defend. Add bastion dice to attack. This is Bastion combat language here, but that's not actually what we need. That's going to get pulled into Bastion conflicts down below. Recruit equals when you wrong color. When you issue the when you issue the recruit order to attack another bastion or a settlement, roll an additional bastion die, adding the highest roll to the bastion test results Recruit. Spy. It should be called Spy Network. It really should. Really, really should. We'll fix that. But okay, War Room looks good. I like that. I think we're almost done. Workshop. Workshop is the last one. Craft. Issue a craft order, make non-magical items. Empower. You can issue empower items to create magical items. Implements, rings, rods, wondrous items. Empower equals you can issue the empower order to create golems that serve and defend the bastion. The CR of golem created this way is determined by the number of points spent to improve the empower order through this facility. A golem is like menagerie. So workshop is like menagerie in that sense. Menagerie, you attract unique monsters. The workshop, you create unique constructs. The barracks creates mobs of CR 1/4 soldiers. The crypt creates mobs of CR 1/4 skeletons and zombies. To Francois's point, Francois, friend of the channel, made the point that you could potentially have higher CR, like mobs of higher CR creatures. And while I respect that, higher CR is being left as individual recruiting or empower opportunities. Once we get into mass combat with the in command of armies and squads and armies, we'll look at how high of a CR, like how many of a high CR characters can effectively command or even ineffectively command. But it's a deeper layer of this book is centered around the exploration pillar of adventure. So we are not diving into combat action economy in this book. Everything in this book is built around the exploration pillar of adventure, which is classically skill checks and ability checks. That's what all this book is about, is using skill and ability checks and skill challenges to create adventure hooks and to resolve conflicts. The in command of squads and armies will take the combat level of action economy during rounds of combat and detail how characters can lead legions of soldiers against other legions of soldiers or against bastions or whatever. So that's a separate mechanical book. Like the Spelljammer Combat and Exploration book that we published, that's linked down below. That takes the Spelljammer setting and provides all the details to increase the depth of exploration mechanics and combat mechanics. It's a 110-page book with a ton of content about rebuilding, spellcasting, combat, and exploration. Those different aspects of the D&D game, all inside of the Spelljammer setting. So it takes the setting and expands on those pillars of play of the exploration and the combat pillars inside of the Spelljamming book. This takes a specific instance of the DMG, the Bastions, and the DMG version of the Bastion idea. It is very much in the social interaction pillar of adventure. You are basically making up personality, like you're focusing on the personalities of the hirelings, these NPCs that are basically extras in the story. You're breathing life into these extras as players, not as a DM, but as players, basically having all these sidearm characters that are NPCs that you could at some point toggle up to become like replacement characters if your character dies, or to add personality to this Bastion. But the Bastion itself doesn't really, in the DMG, doesn't really have any resolution mechanics. It's just if the Bastion lets you do it, you just tell the DM that's what you're doing, and that basically replaces the downtime aspect of the D&D game and relegates that downtime activity, instead of being exploration with ability checks and skill challenges like it does in Acquisition Incorporated, and instead makes it a social interaction of just describing what happens, and hilarity ensues. You know, so you don't actually have to be at the table to do a Bastion turn, which to me means that there's not enough mechanical depth for you to make that a part, like an actual part of your game where consequences matter. The DM's just making it up at that point, and it's not part of any kind of a progressively generating system. It's just another plot point. Well, you've now got a thing I can leverage against you. Kind of like if you have family and you're not an orphan. Well, now you have family members that can be leveraged against you. And depending on how well your DM plays with the team, that can be viewed as a threat or as an opportunity. And it currently, it's in the hands of that relationship, hence the social interaction pillar. It doesn't actually have any, it actually doesn't have any resolution mechanics beyond what the DM says it does, or at all. It actually doesn't have any resolution mechanics beyond what the DM says it does, or at all. Which is generally how the social interaction pillar resolves. If you're actually making die rolls that matter, it's either the exploration pillar, where you're trying to discover information or access to something you don't currently have, or it's a combat pillar, where you're breaking down action economy turn to defeat enemies in a conflict situation. So, workshop, craft, make stuff. Empower, make stuff. Empower, make stuff using CR. And that is the last of the facilities. Settlements, let's see. And then we have settlements, but we're not dealing with settlements right now. But we have Bastion Conflicts, which is an aspect of settlements. Okay, well, we've just gotten through all our facilities. So, gold star to us. And we can see here that we have like one modifier to trophy room, and we have no modifiers to empower. So there's an opportunity there for us to find something that can improve empower. That might be what the archive is good for. Or like the arcane study. That might be a really good use of the arcane study. Or the reliquary. That might be a good use of the reliquary. I gotta blow my nose. Boogie boogie. Okay, I'm still active. I'm gonna check my Discord here real quick. Make sure that my link went up properly. Something scratching might's wrong. Yeah, this is my Discord community. Okay, cool. Hey, Matt died. Welcome. Welcome to Matt died. Glad to have you, my guy. Let's see. Let's go back to our screen. I thought something was happening there. Cheers. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so this is okay, great. So now we're going to go back through and we're going to look at consistencies. I wish I had more clearly labeled in our list, in our big list of what? Our big what list to see where the weirdness is at. Our big what list to see where the weirdness is at. Creating non-magical items, I like that. Reducing time to create non-magical items, I guess that's okay. Roll extra Bastion dice when using craft. Who gets that? Roll extra Bastion dice when using craft. The Guild Hall. You know what? The Guild Hall for empowering seems to make sense too. The Guild Hall. You know what? The Guild Hall for empowering seems to make sense too. Guild Hall for craft for sure, that makes sense. Let's okay, let's start discerning. We're going to now make a list of all the facilities that would make sense to improve, to add Bastion dice to a Bastion test. So we get to go through and pick at stuff. Which facilities could increase, which facilities could roll extra Bastion dice to resolve orders? Craft, empower, harvest. Because I like that mechanic. It's a great catch-all mechanic. It replaces, and it doesn't have to be about like complications versus first-time tasks. Because like if you're issuing an empower order and something goes wrong with the empower order, then the complication could like say be crafting, right? It could be a craft order needed to fix it. Like you don't have, like the thing that you have to empower is broken. You need to fix the thing before you can empower it. So now you have to use your crafting skill to fix the thing. So you fix the thing and now it gets empowered. Bob's your uncle. So distinguishing between I'm going to make a thing versus I'm going to use the crafting order to fix a thing, that's a very, very fine, minute detail that I think adds complication. It adds, like we were saying, it adds friction. It slows down the game system by, does this qualify? No, it doesn't. Okay, well, I can't use that. That feels bad. We don't have to introduce things like that that say yes, maybe, no. Okay, that sucks. Maintain, recruit, research, trade. Cool. Okay, so let's have at it. Facilities orders. Here's all the facilities. Here's all the orders. So arcane study. Is there something in the arcane study that we can look at that could potentially be universal in adding a adding a bastion die when we're making a check? The arcane study is, as it indicates here, it focuses on arcane as opposed to the sanctuary focuses on druidic, and the sacristy focuses on divine. So it doesn't fit in that space. It creates boons and other benefits specific to those types of magic. So I don't think the arcane study needs to improve anything specifically. What about the archive though? Could the archive be used to increase the die roll of, say, research? Would that make sense? I think at a very basic level it does. So archive, for instance. Would archive work for any of these other things? Not immediately, right? It doesn't immediately make sense that it would. So let's skip that. Let's go to the armory. Is there something in the armory specifically that would improve, universally improve the results of an order, issuing an order? In which order would it universally improve? Oh, there's also attack and there's defense. I got to keep that in mind. And in that instance, I would say the armory would actually be good at universal defense, don't you think? That seems to make sense to me. So let's go with the armory here. I think that adds depth. What's next though? Auction house. Is there something that could universally be improved? An order that could be universally, the die roll of an order be improved by the auction house. It seems like trade and maintain could both potentially be automatically improved with an auction house. Trade for sure. I'm iffy about auction house. I'm iffy about maintain. So let's put in parentheses auction house because I'm not 100% on that one. I am absolutely sure about auction house improving trade. That just makes sense. Let's keep moving. Barracks. Barracks, I feel like, would universally improve defense. I think it would also improve attacks because you've got troops to go attack. Because the crypt can create undead that you lose control of outside of the facility, I feel like the crypt would also improve defenses for your facility. but not necessarily attack. So that's the crypt. Demiplane. What could the demiplane potentially improve? Yeah, nothing about the demiplane specific. I mean, we have time manipulation with that, but that doesn't improve the die roll. It just decreases the time spent. So what could a gaming hall naturally improve? I would say maintain. Yeah, I think it would just be like a gaming hall feels like it could just naturally improve the amount of money that you're making to then feed into your lifestyle. There's risk and reward that goes with it, but I feel like, yeah, I feel like that would improve that. What about, would gaming hall improve anything else? Not specifically. So, okay, let's keep moving. Garden. Is there something that garden would just inherently improve the harvest, perhaps? Yeah, I like that idea. Garden, and then in parentheses, let's put in greenhouse. Because I don't feel like both of them should be there. But this is a really good way to distinguish one from the other. But those are only plants. That only improves plants. And I don't like that. I legit do not like that. Okay, we'll put garden and greenhouse in parentheses because I don't necessarily like them, but I can see it. And for maintain, I'll also put garden in parentheses. I don't necessarily like it, but I mean, being able to grow your own food would be a way for you to be able to improve your lifestyle, because you can have at least a baseline of nutrition that you're providing your hirelings through that garden. So I can see that. I can see it. So we're leaning in direction of confirmation with the parentheses caveat that maybe this is overextended. Government. What can government improve? Government can definitely improve trade. We know that. Government doesn't necessarily help with attacking or defending. I could very easily see an argument behind maintain, because maintain is for lifestyle, attacking, and defending. Those are basically the three things that you do with the maintain order. You maintain a lifestyle for your bastion. Hey, Steve, it's good to see you. The maintain order maintains a lifestyle, so a standard of living for your hirelings and your characters. It also allows use the maintain order to defend your bastion, and you use the recruit order to attack. So we have them listed separately here, but these would end up being folded in like the armory, barracks, crypt. You issue the maintain order to defend, but defense is like its own sub beast of maintain. I guess you could issue an order to see if we add attack and defend as specific unique orders. We now have 9 instead of 7 orders, and we throw off the balance of the system. So I think keeping attack folded into recruit makes sense, and defense folded into maintain makes sense. So when we have maintain, we actually have We have lifestyle. Now you have defense. Which is here. And then we have recruit, which is hiring and attack. I don't know if I like that delineation, because I don't think we don't necessarily have that delineation with anything else. Well, trade has getting raw materials to replace harvesting, and trade also has getting completed materials like non-magical items or even potentially magical items. So there's potentially 3 categories there. Harvesting is generally gathering raw materials, but in some instances, like in poison, it replaces the idea of crafting. Like holy water isn't really empowering or crafting. It's like a space in between, because it takes effort to make it, but it's not its own item unto itself. It's like a weird middle space. Poison's kind of like that too. Like, yeah, you brew craft sort of poison, but you mostly extract poison from stuff. It's like that extraction process that makes it harvesting. So I don't want to overthink it, but I think it needs to be thought about so that we don't have to overthink it. So maybe it's okay that maintain and recruit have these tack-ons. Yeah, I think that does make sense, because otherwise maintaining for lifestyle, that's a pretty like a one-trick pony. Like harvesting has these different ways that it can be implemented, and power has these different ways, like you can make magic items, but you can also improve on your character in various ways. Crafting is generally just making non-magical items, but there's like so many different types of non-magical items that you can create that breaking crafting down into subcategories kind of loses meaning, because there's so many different ways to look at it. So crafting varies, and power has a huge variance in it. Harvesting has 3 or more, like at least 4 different ways that you could consider harvesting, while maintain still only has 2, lifestyle and defense. Recruiting only has 2, hiring and attacking. While research, you can research things that exist, things that don't exist, things that used to exist, things that exist that are near, things that exist that are far or in a different dimension. So there's a lot of different ways that you can perform or look at research and trade. Again, magical items, non-magical items, materials, different types of materials. There's also trading for favors and agreements. So there's a lot of different ways you can implement trading. So I think that makes sense. Craft wood or craft, yeah, exactly. Right, yeah, there's different materials. There's animal, mineral, and plant matter materials that can be converted into non-magical items. And once those non-magical items are created, they can then be empowered to become magical items. So like there's a lot of different ways. Yeah, I think you get it. I think you're just agreeing with me there by adding another dimension, like another axis, X, Y, Z. Now we're looking at like A, B, and C, like as all these like different dimensions, like this 10-dimensional object that is crafting, versus the binary maintain of keeping a lifestyle and keeping people from stealing your shit. Like those are the 2 things. So yeah, so I think this is a good delineation. I'm happy with this. So we were looking at government. We can see that government would improve trade. And I feel like government would improve maintaining a lifestyle as well, because of, taxes. I still don't see auction house being intrinsic to improving lifestyle, but I definitely see it improving trade. So I think I can safely remove auction house from here. I also kind of want to get rid of, really want to get rid of garden, but I'm not going to do it yet. And harvest still doesn't have shit, so like we should really consider that. Nothing for recruit hiring yet. Okay, great. Let's keep moving. Government. Greenhouse. Yeah, we already have greenhouse in parentheses for harvest. That makes sense. Guild hall. Guild hall, I feel like would definitely improve hiring. I feel like a guild hall can also improve crafting. Guild hall could improve because like merchant guilds is like where it all began in the first place, so that makes sense. Jesus Christ. Not specifically maintain. Maybe empower makes sense because we're really thin on. I'm gonna put guild hall in parentheses because I'm not 100% on that one. Like if push comes to shove, we can convert parentheses into solid yeses. Hey, what's up? It's a nice extra for the Bastion concept. Yeah, right on. Yeah, they have this recruit idea like in the war room. They have an attack idea, an idea of attacking, but there's nothing specifically that you're attacking. The war room allows you to issue an order to recruit a bunch of troops to follow your character around, but they don't tell you what you can do with it, and they don't have any rules on how to use them once you actually have them. It's a big shortage in the rules. Like, I have all these troops, I don't know what the fuck to do with them, right? Well, we've already added the combat system, the Bastion conflict system into this, which gives us a reason to get more troops. The more troops you have, the higher Bastion die you roll to destroy or to disable Bastion points in a facility. And if you disable enough Bastion points, you reduce the rank of that Bastion. And if you, through attrition, can destroy all the ranks, drop it down to having 0 Bastion points left, you effectively have destroyed that Bastion altogether. And then you can pillage it. You can take points from it as a loot resource system. Nom, nom, nom. Steal from my enemies. So much. Like, that suddenly makes the pirate fleet as a Bastion make so much sense. You just really just deep dive investing in recruitment of picking up more scallywags and then throwing them at the British Navy to take their ships and their gold away from them. That's how you get your Bastion points to increase the size of your pirate fleet. That just makes the narrative is right there. And now we have the mechanical language inside this Bastion campaign to actually be able to implement that idea. And it's a simple skill test. Very simple. Yeah, our plunder, exactly. Steve gets it. Exactly. Steve gets it. Where are we at? We're looking at the guild hall right now. So yeah, I can see empowering like guild mages, right? I could see they would be like mage rights. Like yeah, in Eberron you have mage rights. Mage rights is a literal guild, the Mage Right Guild, where you have low level cantrip style wizards or artificers that are using their practical magic as working tools to craft minor magic items, but technically they're not crafted. That would technically be empowering like little magical gizmos, like self-cleaning toothbrush or whatever. That would make sense for a guild hall, potentially. So if we find ourselves lacking in stuff for the guild hall, I can see us implementing that. But then the question is, would it specifically only be for empowering magical items? Because empowering also covers giving your character perks like inspiration points, temporary hit points, a magical boon. So empower may require a degree of separation as well. So I'm not necessarily 100% happy with, but I can hear myself too much. It probably means that I'm ranting more loudly than I was before, which is a good sign that I'm engaged. I have to be engaged in my own content to be able to keep going, you know. But okay, so yeah, theoretically for now, Gil, and we find that we need to separate and power between magical items versus characters, then we can do that. Yeah, guild hall, laboratory. Is there something intrinsic about the laboratory that would universally improve die rolls for any of these results? I don't think so. Library? I could see a library acting like an archive. I'm a little iffy on it. But let's put it in parentheses for now. Thank you. No, let's make it, yeah, let's make that hard set. Library. That makes sense. Research, yeah, that makes sense. Meditation chamber. Is there something about the meditation chamber that intrinsically improves all specific orders issued to your bastion? For the meditation chamber, I don't think so. Menagerie. Menagerie is recruiting monsters and having those, and basically recruiting monsters to either be sidekicks. Like if you have like a CR-14 dragon, you aren't bringing a dragon with you on your adventure. I mean, narratively you are, but mechanically it becomes a sidekick. And that dragon could be a warrior sidekick. It could be a warrior or expert or adept because they cast spells, right? Or they're highly skilled or they're powerful warriors. You would be recruiting that creature to act as a CR appropriate leveled sidekick. Not necessarily like I breathe fire all the time and I kill all my enemies easy. It's like, no, you're acting as a warrior in this instance. Or maybe like that you'd be like an adept and then you frame it around, yeah, spell, you know, Dragon's Breath is a spell like Burning Hands or whatever. You would scale it to match what the character, like a 14 CR, that's like 5th rank. That's like a 17th level character. So like that dragon could effectively like cast Meteor Swarm, you know, so that would be appropriate. But like a wormling would be like a 1st rank, like level 1 to 4. So that's like like its breath weapon's Burning Hands. So you can translate monsters into sidekicks of an appropriate level based on their CR. And if their CR is too high, they could still tag along with you, but they don't have a lot of loyalty to you. They're just tagging along. If they get bored, they'll leave. Like if you have a dragon that outranks you, a CR-14 dragon, but you're only a 3rd level team, that dragon's basically going to invest 4th level activity into this. Like if you ask more of it, it's just going to get pissed off and leave. Like that's kind of the idea that goes on there. Either that or you just ban the use of your 14 CR dragon because it's offended that you would ask it to go to the market with you for whatever reason, right? You have to think about the mechanical scaling versus the narrative of what it is that you're bringing with you. But the menagerie is designed specifically to work with defense. So if you have a menagerie, you're going to have better defenses because like you have gargoyles that are protecting your castle. Those are a lot tougher than just some guy with a shield. So menagerie. Definitely, there's a lot of shit that's improving defenses, which is good because if you fail your bastion roll on your defenses, they're going to tear away your bastion points and your facilities are going to erode. So I'm cool with having if you have all these facilities, you're basically going to roll 5 bastion dice and add it to your D20 plus rank. And that's going to be the difficulty that the enemy team has to overcome to damage you in the first place. Like if I have undead troops, and I have gargoyles, and I've got soldiers, and they have a well-equipped armory. Like I don't want to fuck with this place. It is a serious threat. You're not going to lose bastion points from that because it's so intimidating. That's the goal that we're looking for. So I think that's working. Definitely pub. Yeah. We'll get to it. I can see it coming. Observatory. Is there something about the observatory that is universal? I don't think so. Yeah, no, not every aspect, but the pub, like the pub are you suggesting that the pub improves the lifestyle of your facilities because it's like a center of attention? I don't think for trade. I could see a fringe case for improving trade because deals happen at pubs. But I think more than anything, I think pub. But I question it, so I'm going to put pub in parentheses for now. I recognize your definitely button there, But I'm going to put in parentheses for now. I think the pub makes more sense than the garden does. So like if we have things with, like here we have multiple instances of parentheses, I think like of all of those, we'll keep at least one of them. I'm a little concerned about harvest though, having so few things. Maybe having Guildhall in here would make sense for. I'm going to put Guildhall in parentheses too. Maybe having Guildhall in here would make sense for. I'm going to put Guildhall in because I'm not 100%. Reliquaries. There's something about a reliquary. No, nothing is universal about a reliquary. Sacristy. No. Sanctuary. No. Sanctum. No. Scriptorum. No. Smithy. Is there something about a smithy that would universally improve? Well, if it would improve anything, it would be crafting. Does a smithy automatically improve everything? No, because it only really works in minerals. It doesn't really work with animal material. It only works a little bit with plant material. It's mostly mineral material, so it's not universal unless we start parsing out crafting into materials. And we were just talking about that's a slippery slope. So I think I'm going to say no to the smithy. Spy network. What do we do with the spy network? A spy network, what could it universally improve? It could universally improve attacking. I think that makes sense. I don't so much think that a spy network improves it. If we're talking about like reputation protection to prevent your, because there's attacking and then there's sabotage. They're separate components. I think a spy network would help in defense of your facilities against sabotage specifically. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what? No, I'm gonna nip that. I'm gonna recant that because I can see. I like the barracks is both for good, is like both defense and offense. I kind of like that being the only one that's both. Okay, let's put it in parentheses. I'll consider it. Yeah. Over exactly. Over to covert. Exactly. You get it. Storehouse. Stable. So a stable. No, nothing universal about that. I don't see it. Storehouse. Yes, storehouse. I think would universally improve. Storehouse can universally improve harvest because you'll have stuff. You have stuff. You have materials literally in storage for you to use. So storehouse for harvest 100% makes sense. Thank God we found something that definitely makes sense. I like that. I hit. Why are you taking? I hit save out of habit. I'm not liking how long it's taking for my computer to find the file explorer. That's pissing me off like a lot. So I'm gonna have to explore that. But yeah, storehouse being a harvest, that totally makes sense. I'm very happy with that. What about trade? It's built to store stuff. I guess that could work in trades. I'll put that in parentheses. I'm iffy about that. I think harvest is the big score there. Teleportation circle. We already decided that teleportation circle improves both recruiting and trade. Recruiting because it's so easy to get people to your facility if you have a destination to teleport to. In addition to trade becomes super easy because if you set up an agreement with something 5,000 miles away, teleporting is just a step away. So that definitely facilitates that. That feels absolutely universal. So teleport circle. It feels long. Teleport lat circle. There. Theater. No, I don't think there's anything universal about a theater that improves any of this. Training area. I don't feel like there's anything universal going on with a training area. Dugga 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 dugga. Sorry, I'm micromanaging here for a moment. Like that. To help line up where things actually are. So we're looking at training area. No. A training area could potentially empower, like work on empowering characters and creatures, but not magical items, so it's not universal. It falls into that caveat space again, which I don't like. So I'm going to skip that. Trophy room. I think trophy room can universally improve recruiting. Because it's like a wow room, you know, like a wow factor chamber. Like I'm bringing a person in and here's like all of our accomplishments. It's like, wow, that's a lot of accomplishments. It's like, great, work on our team. I think that makes sense. So I like that piece. I think that works. I don't so much think it works with research though. We were looking at it potentially having that benefit, but I don't think it has that benefit. War room is definitely going to be, that's an outsourcing thing, so that's going to be an attack action. War room, for sure. And then I don't think war room is really designed for defense. Like it feels like it's a separate function. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're close. Yeah, I'm probably going to get rid of Spy Network as a defense. And then we have workshop. I feel like a workshop could universally improve crafting because it's going to work with all of those materials. That makes sense to me. God, we ain't got shit for Empower. That's concerning me right now. Empowering could be people, though. So it's either people or things. So workshop isn't universal there. Meditation chamber is not universal there. A sanctum is not universal there. Do we need to separate empower into character into items and creatures? We might have to do that. Yeah, let's open that. I'm seeing value. Since we've just gone through all of them, I can see we're seeing the holes, and that's what we're trying to do. So magical items, magic items, and creatures. Push everything back a tuck. Yeah, this feels right. This definitely is feeling right now. I like that. It does create a dimension of separation, but those two specific categories, I think that's okay. So now we can sweep back through and look at magic items, guild hall, and workshop. I feel like those can like a workshop can universally create any kind of magical gear, so that feels good. Creatures, now we can start looking at the training hall. Makes sense to empower characters because they're training there. They're literally improving themselves. That seems universally good. And that also, I think, makes the meditation chamber make sense too. Yeah, let's go with that. I want to have at least 2 facilities for everything. And we're doing pretty good there. Is there anything other than else for magic items that could be universally good? The reliquary. Oh, I know we can create pretty much anything with the reliquary. Let's tentatively. I'm good with that as a potential. Oh, you know what I didn't include? Settlements aren't listed. Settlements aren't listed in here. Settlements is where you go to harvest. So adding, boosting the harvest for having a harvest, that doesn't feel good. But we're still running into the problem of harvesting, having animals, minerals, and plant matter. Those are 3 degrees of separation. If we opened up each of those degrees, each of those degrees of separation, we greenhouse and garden immediately make sense for improving harvest for plants. The stables and menagerie immediately make sense for improving animal harvesting. But what about mineral harvesting, which is generally like mining or like yes, it's mining, just mining in general. What do we have in here that would make sense for improving mining? Would a smithy make sense for improving mining because we could smelt? That doesn't feel like too far of a stretch. Is there something else that makes sense for mining, that would improve mining, the act of mining? Mining is the question. Guild Hall, I don't think so, not specifically. I mean, if it would apply to one, it would apply to all of them. And I don't think that's the depth that we need. We're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Storehouse improves all of them. Because you can store that shit forever, right? And then garden greenhouse, that gives you 3. Stables and menagerie and storeroom, that gives you 3. Physical material, minerals. So we have the storehouse for 1, the smithy for 2. We're looking for a 3rd. Minerals. So we have the storehouse for 1, the smithy for 2. We're looking for a 3rd. Workshop, maybe? We're already working the workshop. Working the workshop. We're also working the guild. Well, we can get rid of the guild hall from harvesting. So yeah, let's do that. Since we're here, let's bite the bullet and figure that out. So we'll go with animal equals. We'll go with plant equals, and we'll go with mineral mats equals plant mat. Animal materials. Menagerie. Stable. Storehouse. Garden. Greenhouse. Storehouse. Smithy. Something. That makes sense. This feels right. So I'm happy about that. I am very, 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 very happy with that. Smithy, though. Smithy, storehouse, we're missing something. Smithy, though. Smithy, storehouse, we're missing something. Let's keep the reliquary. I like that. We can get rid of the spy network. I don't need that. Trade. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't need storehouse for trade. Should Storehouse improve trade? What do you think, Steve? Should Storehouse improve, give us extra dice on any trade checks that we make? Storehouse assumes that you have the material there, while trading is brokering a deal, which doesn't necessarily have to be material. I feel like I can drop. I feel like we can afford to drop it. Yeah, I think we can drop that. Yeah, because we still have 4. Auction house, government, guild hall. Yeah, we still have 4. That's a lot. Archive, library. That feels good. But what about this? What if we put the spy network in research? How about that? I like that because you're finding out information you're not supposed to know. That I like that. Could spy network universally improve just the idea of research? Let's say yes. Lifestyle. I feel like I can afford to get rid of garden now that we have a solid place for harvest. What if... Shit. What is another mineral material? Something that would help us lock down mineral materials. Mineral materials. Laboratory? It's kind of the same idea. Smithy smelts ore from rock. Maybe a laboratory could, the process of combining aluminum and copper to make tin, for instance. Maybe that's a fun process that we can use. I like it. I like that a lot. Actually, it might be BS, but it's my kind of BS. So let's go with that. That sounds like fun. That's got to be true. It rhymes, so it has to be true. Government improving trade. It's like what half of government does. Government improving the maintain lifestyle. That feels good. A pub. Yeah, pub kind of feels good. I kind of like that. Oh my God, does everything have 3 or 4? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Now we just need something to improve craft. If we can find one thing to improve crafting, then we're going to have pretty much a tight universal system that we could afford to even get rid of something inside of here. Ooh, and where else do we have 4? We have 4 in defense. I kind of like those 4 for defense. Yeah. Yeah, I think I like that. There's also, we have the workshop that can make golems. So that's technically 5. I guess that we could potentially take the workshop and make it something. I like the laboratory. I think that's a neat bend. And armory, barracks. We could potentially remove the barracks from defense. just because we can create something, is there something about the crypt that intrinsically improves the defenses of our facility? Is there something about the crypt that intrinsically improves the defenses of our facility? Like the crypt provides us with undead, but the crypt itself, the menagerie provides us with creatures. The menagerie provides us with creatures. I'm thinking. Okay, well, I'm still fretting over the crafting. So let's get back to crafting. We'll split that egg when we get to it. So let's go back to crafting. So we've got the guild hall and we've got the workshop. Those are both universally improves crafting. Is there something else that just universally improves crafting? I'm not seeing it yet. That's a gentle little fire. I'm really appreciating that. Meditation chamber, laboratory, guild hall. Guild hall is already included. Workshop. Can an auction house somehow improve crafting? No. The act of creation, I don't see it. There's the laboratory. What else are we using the laboratory for? Nothing. There's the laboratory. What else are we using the laboratory for? Laboratory, maybe. I don't know. What do we think? Is laboratory a good one? I don't know. What do we think? Is laboratory a good one? I think everything else is a real stretch. Right on, Steve. Right on, Steve. Guild hall. Hey, that fire's crackling. I love it. Minor differences between crafting and powering. That feels natural. Creatures, meditation chamber, training hall. We're missing something. We need a third thing for the creatures. Improving the empowerment of creatures. Meditation chamber, training hall. Sanctum. Yeah, I think I'm good with that. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Workshop's doing a lot of work now. Workshop. Workshop's doing a lot of work now. Workshop. Okay, so we resolved crafting. I'm really happy with most of these. This is looking really good. And again, these are if you have points like in your gaming hall, if you've put points of lifestyle, if you put points into your gaming hall for lifestyle, one of the benefits that you get is now when you issue an order to maintain a lifestyle for your bastion, you're going to roll 2 dice instead of 1. Even if the gaming hall is the only point that you have put into the lifestyle order, you only have 1 point in the lifestyle. When you roll that D4, you're going to roll 2 of them. So that unto itself is a really great benefit. So I'm incredibly happy with this. This is actually helping us break down the categorization of how the orders work. So this is actually really, really important, and it's building up a pretty strong structure. So teleportation circle. Let's see how overworked Guild Hall is. 1, 2. Teleportation circle. Let's see 3, 4. Number of orders, number of improve, dice, facility. So the guild hall has a total of 4 dice rolls that it modifies. That actually feels incredibly appropriate for the guild hall. It feels like the guild hall should be a heavy workhorse. So that feels pretty good. Let's see. I guess we'll just go through these in order of appearance. Guild hall, cool. Laboratory is our next one. Laboratory. Once. Twice. Okay. Workshop. Once, twice. Three. Guild hall, we already have reliquary. Once. Okay. Workshop, we already have. Med chamber. Once for animal material. No, wait. For empowering creatures, right? Meditation chamber. Okay. Sanctum. 1. Okay. Training hall. 1. Training hall might not be bad for hiring. Boy, there's potential there. Tentative. Menagerie. Ba-boo-ba-doo-doo. Menagerie. Do-do-do. Menagerie. 1, 2, 2. Look at all alphabetizing. What a pro. Cool. That was Menagerie. Stables. All right, stables is 1. Storehouse. One, two, three. Okay, 3. Garden. Garden once. Greenhouse, also probably once. Yep. Laboratory, I already have that. Smithy. Once. Okay. Storehouse again. Cool. Gaming hall. Once. Okay. Government. Gubment. Once, twice. Pub. One. Okay. Armory. One. Yeah, okay, there we go. Barracks. One. Two. That's it. Crypt. See, the crypt, the menagerie, and the workshop are sticking in my craw right now of things that should improve. I'm not quite feeling that. I'm not feeling it, but it's hypocritical. It's the barracks does, and the crypt is basically undead barracks. The menagerie is basically monster barracks, and the workshop becomes construct barracks. So, like, if I don't include the barracks in defense, like, that's super hypocritical. Gaming hall is solid. Thank you. Government 2. Pub. Armory, barracks, crypt, menagerie, workshop. It's not horrible. It's just I'm not feeling it 100%. Like, we made up the crypt to facilitate creating undead as a complement to the barracks for things that are living. So I guess it just kind of makes sense that it would. That makes sense that it would. All right, let's let it stick. I convinced myself. It's only fair that we would include it. So let's include it. So what are we looking at now? We're on government. Pub, we just resolved pub. Armory, yep. Crypt, yep. Menagerie, yep. Workshop, yep. What else you got? Guild Hall. Got it. Teaport Circle. For recruitment and trade. I think that makes sense. Ooh, look, that font is too small, buddy. There we go. Training Hall. We've potentially got that included for hiring. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're probably okay with that. Trophy Room. Yeesh. It's once for recruiting. Okay. Trophy Hall isn't doing a lot. Trophy Room isn't doing a lot of work for us at all. We need to find another way to make Trophy Room special. Barracks. Got it. Spy Network. Incoming. One. Okay. War Room. Archive. Library. Spy Network we already have down. Spy Network is twice. room, got it. Archive, we got it. Library, we've got it. Spy network, we got it twice now. Fix that mistake. Auction house. One. Seriously, only one for auction house? Huh. Government, we have that already. Thank you, Timely Timer. Guild Hall, got that a lot. Teleportation circle. Okay, cool. So there's our spread. Where are our outliers? There's only one that impacts 4 dice, and that's the Guild Hall. So is there anywhere in here that the Guild Hall does not immediately make sense? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Defense still has more than anything. It's still sticking in my craw. Armory makes sense to keep that. As a defense, that just makes sense. We could potentially argue that Armory could improve attack. That would put Armory under attack and defense. I don't necessarily feel that, because Armory is not like an on the road. The thing about attacks is that it's on the road. What if we included Teleportation Circle in attacks? Oh, that's kind of cool. Because you could teleport troops to fucking anywhere that you want that way. That could facilitate attacking, don't you think? Oh, that's cool. Let's do that. Now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 things that improve attacks. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things that improve defense. Do we need to be able to create constructs with workshops? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Because of all the creature types, all of them can potentially be recruited through a menagerie, except for undead, which would require some sort of undead creation facility, which could be a crypt. And the other is constructs, which needs a creation facility, which is a workshop. We could potentially get outsiders like devils and demons through a reliquary or a sacristy. I'm not there yet though, but I can see it. I can see it. And I think I'm okay. Huh. So if we're going to get the benefit for, like, say, the armory to improve our defenses, we have to put at least 1 point into maintain. So when we have an armory, we can create that armory with the intent to build defenses or to craft stuff. Armories can craft, empower, and trade right now. Oh. Yeah, we don't have armory intrinsically increasing die roll, but I mean those are the things that it can do. So we would add maintain to the list of what armory can do. Because it does modify, because defense is an aspect of maintaining. I think I'm okay with this. So, okay, so the question we had was Guild Hall. It has a total of 4 things. It's the only one that improves 4 dice, but of all the facilities that exist, I would anticipate that the guild hall would have the most impact on succeeding in those type of die rolls. That seems to make the most sense to me in general for recruiting people, for trade, crafting, and empowering. All 4 of those things seem to make a lot of sense for the guild hall, so I think I'm okay with that. I was a little iffy on magic items, but 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So like the barrack, like if we don't, if we don't have any troops in the barracks, we don't get any. We use the recruit order to get troops into our barracks. We use the barracks with troops in it to improve our defenses through maintain. A barracks doesn't naturally have anything that improves defenses unless there's soldiers stationed in it. So that's kind of like that's like a non-bow. So it would be. So we actually have to make. So we have to make a check to recruit soldiers. We have to make a check to create undead. We have to make a check to fetch creatures. We have to make a check to create golems. If we have troops, golems, creatures, undead in our bastion, then we gain bonuses to the die roll. So that's a caveat condition. Okay, so so you fetch one creature at a time. You create one golem at a time. You create piles of troops in the barracks at once. You recruit piles of, or you harvest groups of undead at one time. So Menagerie and Workshop are creating unique individuals, while the barracks and the crypt are creating troops, like squads. So there's a natural difference there. The armory is just equipping everybody with just weapons and shit, so that makes sense. In the same sense, the workshop is also equipping the characters with equipment and shit. So the crypt and the menagerie are the only 2 facilities that, well, the barracks too needs troops. Okay, I think this will work. So I think the language that we'll need to use for the barrack, crypt, menagerie, and workshop will be if you have creatures, if you've recruited creatures to your if you've recruited hirelings in your bastions with the barracks, then you gain a die. If you've recruited characters with the crypt, or monsters, if you've recruited monsters with the menagerie, if you've created constructs with the workshop, while creatures created by your workshop remain in the bastion, you gain an additional die when you make a defense roll. When you issue the order to defend your bastion, that's the word. Because if you don't issue an order to defend your bastion, then your bastion just uses the passive DC of the rank with 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So if I have a 5th rank bastion, unto itself it's a DC 30 to attack it. If you can't hit that DC 30, you don't strip any bastion points from the bastion. It's safe. It's strong. But if I had an armory, a barracks, a crypt, a menagerie, and a workshop, I'd roll my d20, I'd add my 5, and then I'd get 6 12-sided dice that I'd get to throw. Jesus. Let's throw 6 12-sided dice real quick just to see how that feels. Sorry. Giving myself a tangent here real quick. Best die result for my d20s is a 12. D20 best roll was a oh sorry, I only get 1 roll with that. I don't get 5 dice, I only get 1 die. Shit. So let's roll 1. We got a 4. Fuck you. We got a 4. So no matter what, even though we have 5 12-sided dice, even if I roll a 12, 12 plus 5 is 17 plus the 4, that's a 21. Even though I have 5 12-sided dice to throw, none of them are going to equal a DC 30. So even with all those dice, my roll is still going to be, my defense is still a 30, which is still really good. But, oh, fuck. Okay, yeah, this totally works. That's ridiculous, but it's fine. And I just caused trouble for myself. Hold on real quick. I lost the thing. Here we go. I'm back. What time is it? Holy shit, it's only 3:40. This is great. We're making some time here, folks. What time is it? Holy shit, it's only 3:40. This is great. We're making some time here, folks. All right, so I feel like this is pretty codified. I think I can be. How are we with the training hall? 1, 2. Yeah, sure. Let's training hall. 1, 2. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think I'm okay with the training hall. So let's keep that. Yeah, I think I'm okay with the training hall. These are. I think this is pretty stable. Okay, I need to take a quick bio break. So, give me a hot second here. All right, be right back. Almost back, guys. Another hot second. Need to reheat my coffee and refill my water. And then we'll be good to go. All right. We are back. Let's see, is our... Let's go there for music. All right, so we got that. Got that. And got this. Okay, cool. So we got these things here. Let's do some updates. Let's go with let's see. Let's go with I'm gonna go through an update here real quick. So let's go to the guild hall and make sure guild hall has an entry for crafting. Confirmed. Guild hall has an entry for... Wait a second. 2, 3. Where's the fourth? 1, 2. Was I wrong? Was it only 3? Oh, there it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. So crafting. Oh, interesting. Craft. Now we have empower included. We have recruiting. And we have trade. What about maintain? Do we have something for maintain? Did it ever have something for maintain? Or did we just make that up? So let's go back and take a look. I think we were originally looking at maintain, the guild hall improving maintain. And I think we're taking that away. Yeah, when rolling a maintain check to determine lifestyle of a bastion. I took that away because I don't think having a guild hall necessarily improves the defenses or lifestyle of the facility. I think it helps make things, recruit people, and train. Like that all makes sense, but all that stuff is folded into the idea of maintaining a lifestyle. It's not specific to the lifestyle itself. I think that might be a very subtle distinction, but I'm okay with it. And eliminating that feels good. So let's replace it with empower. There we go. And I'm content with the idea of the guild hall modifying more things than anything else. That just kind of makes sense. So we've been at this for about, what, 2.5 to almost 3 hours? That's about the time span that I can normally get out of a Monday or a Thursday night when we're doing it. This is Monday as a holiday. I had today off. We're coming to the end of my day off and we're getting into my evening. So I think I want to see if we can push on for another few hours and help further define the purpose, this language here, to see if we can help solidify this stuff. So I'm going to do an update here first to make sure that all this stuff is compliant, so we can wipe our hands of it. Craft is guild hall, so we go to the guild hall and we add in the language. So I think we're creating guild hall. Here we go. Oh, this is supposed to be up here. Derp. Let's get back up to here where it's supposed to be, so we can play with that list. And we'll go over here. This is okay. So this is where we are creating new stuff. I don't care about the color changes, whatever. I know there's a difference there, and it doesn't really bother me. I can just go through the whole thing, just block change it. So let's, okay, so getting back into it. So craft equals, oh wait, we have that already. Empower equals when rolling and empower right, when rolling an empower check to create magical items, you can roll the bastion die again, keeping the highest result. Adding, you can roll the bastion, you can roll an additional bastion die, adding the highest roll to the bastion test, adding the highest roll to the results of the check. I think we're just going to use that as universal language. Crafting is basically making non-magical items. Empowering is either, okay, so we have language now. Yeah, so this is coming along. We can go here, and we can go creating, let's see, non-magic item. We're going to end up folding this up into this list here to distinguish between the two. So yeah, this is an unnecessary task right now. I'm going to skip that. Let's stay on. Let's see how quickly I can get through these tasks to complete them, if at all possible. Where do we have? Where else is queued up with this? Anyway, whatever. Guild hall magic items, guild hall hiring for recruiting. When you issue the recruiting order to recruit a creature. When you issue the recruiting order to attack. When you issue the recruit order to recruit creatures to become hirelings or sidekicks add a die. When you roll, when you make a recruiting, when you issue the recruiting command to recruit soldiers to attack a bastion, roll. It's a little clunky. Guild Hall hiring. So recruits equals when rolling a recruit check, to when rolling a recruit check to attain a new hireling, that's the language we could use. When rolling a recruit check to attain a new hireling, you can roll an additional bastion die, adding the highest result. So we either attain new hirelings or we issue the recruit order to attack another bastion. So you have to recruit people to get on board with the idea of attacking in the first place. They might be hirelings, so they'll take the action, but so if we fail the recruit check to get people on board with attacking a bastion, not only do we not threaten the bastion, but I guess with that language, we weren't even able to properly recruit people. So if we recruit people, the amount of people that we can recruit is going to be limited by the rank of our bastion. If you're too small, you can't recruit enough people. Or the bigger you get, the more people you can recruit onto your cause. And then that determines the level, the size of die that we roll to strip away bastion points from a bastion or settlement. If we roll below a 10, we aren't able to recruit enough people to go attack even that mom and pop shop. We can't even find enough thugs to go beat up an innocent shoemaker. So that creates a complication that's going to reflect back on us somehow. That's an interesting dynamic. I like that. I like that idea. I feel like I want to jot that down. I like that idea. I feel like I want to issue a recruit order to attain a new hireling to join the bastion. Issue a recruit order to attack a bastion or settlement. Those are the two things that we do with recruit. Juxtapose that with maintain. Issue a maintain order to provide a lifestyle to the bastion and hirelings. Issue a maintain order to defend the bastion from attack. So, when rolling a recruit check to attain a new hireling to join the Bastion. Is that good words? Attain a new hireling to join the Bastion. Is this worded well? How to better write. Nope. See, even if I ever tried to use Google as AI, it can't answer my questions because my questions are so obtuse. It doesn't understand what the fuck I'm talking about. Hey, Francois. Even if I ever tried to use Google as AI. So there's absolutely no point in me attempting to use AI. It just doesn't. It started looking at me like I was Sanskrit. Clutch. Clutch is a kick-ass band. That was Recruit. Guildhall, Guildhall, Guildhall. That was Recruit. Guildhall, Guildhall, Guildhall. Recruit for hiring. Let's go. Let's call it Attain while we can. How you doing, Francois? Recruit for hiring. And then Guildhall for trade. Let's call it Attain while we can. How you doing, Francois? When rolling a trade check, you can roll an additional Bastion die, adding the highest roll to the result of the check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool. So that takes care of Guildhall. Next up is Laboratory. Laboratory has two things. It improves non-magical crafting, and it adds die. It adds a die to non-magical crafting checks, and it adds a die to harvesting mineral materials. There you go. So harvest. Harvest. Issue a harvest order to attain animal materials to craft with. Issue a harvest order to attain mineral materials to craft with. Issue a harvest order to attain plant materials to craft with. Issue a harvest order to create. In this case, in harvesting, we can create magic items. We can create poisons. We can create undead. Those are, I think, the three things that we can create through harvesting right now. Excuse me, my throat's a little froggy. What's up? Good. Was enjoying my fire pit with the dogs in the backyard till one decided to find some. Oh, sometimes that dog just needs a special sort of perfume. Do you think weaker dogs roll in the poop of alpha dogs so they smell better to chicks? I don't know. Do dogs like to smell shit on each other or not? I'm kind of curious about that. Like, what compels an animal to roll and poop? How does that help them? Is it like catnip? I don't know. Okay, the general rule is that you can improve you can improve anything that you have a unique feature of, but you don't necessarily need a unique feature for everything that you improve. During the course of this process, I would like to get that we have a unique feature for every order that can be improved by a facility. And I would like to do that by adding unique features, not removing them. It's just fucking, I hope these are short-haired dogs, like like labs or something, not like shaggy golden retrievers. Because God, I hated when our retrievers would roll around and poop. Fuck you. What a jerk. And I lived on a horse ranch, so there was horse shit fucking everywhere in the paddocks. Like, get the hell out of the paddock, you fucking mutt. I lived on a horse ranch, so there was horse shit. It's just, anyway, let's carry on while there's still ons to carry. We're looking at the laboratory next, right? Right. So we're separating these, and then we have the rest of this recruiting stuff. We're gonna get to that later. Right now, we're just parsing out new content. So I'm gonna actually put a little ribbon underneath this here. And now we'll go down to the laboratory. So what can the laboratory improve? Non-magical items. Let's grab the base. Laboratory, and where's the other laboratory? Minerals. Crafting and harvesting. And harvesting. Doesn't have one yet. Okay. Thank you, Timely Timer. When rolling a craft check, when rolling a craft check. I'm saying making because later we add, when making a craft check to create a non-magical item, you can roll. So when I'm rolling a craft check, do I want to roll Bastion dice again? Roll. It's not a boat. Let's get out of that. So let's go back up to Guild Hall and switch rolling to making real quick to be making. When making. 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 What is up with this? What is up with these colors? Sorry, this is pissing me off. Huh. There we go. Well, that's unexpected and fascinating. Okay, hold on. I'm looking for a gray. No, it's too light. That feels pretty good. That's pretty relaxing on the eye. So I like that. He goes back to her days on the mountains and letting the coyotes, mountain lions, and bears know she was wrong. Ah, right on. That makes sense. When making a trade check, a high assist. There. And now, laboratory. Making a craft check. Making a harvest check. To create a non-magical item. To attain mineral materials. You can roll an additional bastion die, adding the highest result. Is that the only two things that laboratory has? Rumor says yes. Okay, next. Workshop is what we're working on. Rumor says yes. Okay, next. Workshop has craft, empower. What else? Maintain. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oop, 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 oop. We added empower and we got rid of maintain. We just added maintain, so that balanced out. So we just lost an empower. Oh, no, we gained an empower. Jesus, we gained empower. Of all the things to gain. Yeah, but it's there. Okay, that's fair. We just have a shitload of empower. But I think we just picked up harvest for laboratory. Oh my God, that's such a specific thing. That kind of hurts. But I do like harvest. I do like harvest improving. That makes me very, very happy. That brings all these up to equals, which was a personal goal. I know that's selfish. I know it's going to get thrown off because we're adding other things into the mix, but we'll suss it out. You create things. You get issued empower order to create magical things. I feel like I should parse these things out, like keep them all separated, you know? Whoa! Okay, so we have die modifiers, and then we have the normal, This is like okay. So maybe we should go like craft, harvest. I think that's how we should spell things out. Craft, harvest, empower, research. Craft, empower, research. Anyway, whatever, like that. But these are the only two that we've locked in so far. So that's as far as we need to get with that. So let's see if I can somehow increase the efficiency of what this is. I'm playing around a lot and being silly. So let's guild hall. Let's go to the reliquary. Reliquary has one thing, and the one thing that the reliquary has is empower. So let's find some quick empower language, which I think we'll find up in the guild hall. I'm going to head to the reliquary. This is getting easier. When making an empower check to create a to make a magical item, you can roll an additional Bastion die. Cool. Workshop. We already did the work. We didn't do the workshop. We didn't do the workshop yet. I'm neglecting my duties. Let's go down and look at. So the reliquary is done. Yeah, we didn't do the workshop. Workshop's got. Yeah, we need to do that. Reliquary. That was for. Increasing in power. So let's go back up to the reliquary. It has empower already. Very good. We need to go down to the workshop and fix that. Workshop for craft. Workshop for empower. Workshop for recruit, for maintain defense. Oh, okay. That's cool. Now here, let's go to empower. And we want to go to the workshop. Once we have all these updated, we can scrub die roll mechanics from the list of things that are affected, that can be affected. So, and we'll have a common language among them. So this actually has a decent value to it. Craft, empower, maintain. Dude, maintain. Craft. We're making a craft check to create a non-magical item. What's up? 10 millimeter country. I don't even know what that means. We're making a maintain check to defend the bastion. To create a magical item, non-magical item, workshop. 3, not, oh, no, wait. You get it at 1. It has a total of 3. Mischief managed. Next. Workshop, guild hall, reliquary resolved. Workshop is already there. Meditation chamber. Meditation chamber has one thing. Meditation chamber improves. Empower. Meditation chamber has connection to empower. Perfect. Huh. Looking kind of thin there, Chief. Looking, well, okay. Okay, so there's okay, so we have 3 categories. We've got passive benefits. This is a passive benefit. You don't actually do anything with the facility directly when you do this. The simple fact that you have the facility means that you get this benefit. In this case, you're rolling 2 dice under circumstances instead of 1. But you don't actually have to do anything with the facility to do that. It's just done. And then there's active uses, which would include your character spending time there. So it would be it's a passive ability. An active ability is like when your character is actively there. Oh no, that'd be a downtime task. or a downtime ability. So it has a passive ability, a downtime ability or feature. A downtime. It has a passive feature, a downtime feature, and it has issuing orders. So that would be passive feature, downtime, passive feature, downtime activity, and issuing orders. How does that feel? Again, the one of the purposes here is to parse out the language and how we structure the feature, because we don't want to just give them features willy-nilly. That's what Wizards of the Coast did, and we can see there's not a lot of logic that goes into it. You can see a little bit of logic that goes into it, but there's not a lot, and there's no real balance or scale and power. Kind of. Okay, I'm gonna shit on D&D. I'm gonna shit on Wizards here real quick, because 5e is just, I think, the best game engine ever. But I'm not necessarily happy with Wizards as a steward of the best game engine ever made. Wizards seems to be designing on vibes, less so than having a structured system that is self-referential and self-reinforcing of how their game engine works. It's like they hold the narrative and lore and mystique history of D&D separate from the 5e game engine. Like they don't make D&D use their 5e game engine unless they decide they want it to use their 5e game engine, which is a real disconnected feeling when you're looking at fucking D&D books where both the engine and the narrative are both owned by Wizards of the Coast. So there's a real big disconnect that happens there that just kind of sticks in my craw a little bit. So what a lot of the stuff that I do in design in general is to take the vibe that Wizards puts in their books when it doesn't have any real mechanics to back up that feeling. A lot of my work is we can see and build a mechanical consistent. We can build consistent mechanics that make this vibe work, but make that vibe work within the structure, a larger structure that is now bigger than what Wizards' vibe and loose mechanics are. We tighten the mechanics and we expand on them so the ideas that they put out can exist inside of that space, but is no longer limited to those ideas that Wizards put out. That you can see the ideas fit inside the game engine that we are carrying to expand by kit bashing it, basically. That's essentially what we are doing. And Wizards, I love D&D, and I'm okay with you guys as a company. It's just, I'm happy that you open up your IP for us to play with, because there is, I don't, considering how often that Hasbro lays people off, I don't think I'd be comfortable working there unless there was a union. And so even if they offered me a job at this point, it would have to be a substantial amount of money. It would have to be at least $120,000 a year for me to take on the risk of being fired in a year or two after working there. It's just, I have a comfortable lifestyle in Seattle. I don't need Wizards of the Coast for a job. They are unstable at best. So but I love their shit. And I'm going to keep building with them for basically forever, and well, at least until my 12-year-old Phil, my inner nerd child, is satisfied with the content that I've created. And then I'll move on to other pastures. But anyway, I digress. Workshop, 3 options, got it. Workshop is good. What are we working on right now? We're working on the meditation chamber. That's right. Workshop, 3 options. Had to take a quick tangent there because they frustrate me. Meditation chamber increases die rolls involving the empowerment that goes with creatures. Now, okay, so here's a question. Meditation chamber increases die rolls are there actual die rolls that go along with empowering the die? Oh yeah, there is, because there's the theater uses empower to perform a play that gives you inspiration dice. So I think that's valid. Let's double check the theater real quick. Yeah, it's an empower action. Okay. Legit. So meditation chamber, we're on task. We are in alignment. So let's go down to the meditation chamber. Empower. When making an empower check to grant a boon to a creature. When making an empower check to benefit a creature, to not bless, not attain, to bestow a boon. When making an empower check to bestow a boon, you can roll an addition bastion die, adding the highest roll. So now we're going to have to start. We're going to have to make sure we have more than one way to bestow a boon with the with the theater. You're making a die roll to see how many inspiration dice you get and how long they last, because inspiration die don't have anything to do with gaining levels. It's something you can get at first level. So if you can get it at first level, having a die roll to see how much of that thing you can get at first level makes sense. And the higher die result is going to indicate a higher level facility. It also ties into duration, but I don't know, I don't think we have anything else in all of them that has something similar to that. So I'm gonna want to take a look at that. Yeah, I'm gonna want to take a look at that. Hey Steve, what's up? Come to the dark side, we have cookies. People cannot create, only destroy. Oh man, that's great, you guys. Meditation chamber is bestow. Okay, so that is so empower. Issue an empower order to create a non-magical item. Issue an empower order to bestow a boon upon a creature. I like that language. To bestow a boon upon a creature. We'll have to see if we have to expand that language, because we could potentially bestow a boon upon. When making an empower check to bestow a boon upon a creature. When making an empower check to benefit a creature. To empower a creature, I issue the empower roll to empower a creature. Like I use the crafting roll to create a non-magical item. I use the empower action to create a magical item. I use the harvest action to create something. Fire burns, air blows, earth. That's a quote from The Fifth Element. In the last scene when they're saving the world, no spoilers or anything, but she's describing there's 5 elements, right? The fifth element, but there's she's describing what the different elements, like the verb of the different elements. Wind blows, fire burns, water falls, earth. And then she passes out in the middle of telling you what Earth does. It's like, wow, that's some chintzy shit. Fuck you. What, Earth chafes? It's just, that's such a narrative cheat. But I'm like, I'm thinking about the space, like, is there going to be anything that empowers anything other than creatures, like a location or an object? Maybe. Not, yeah, complete bullet, just complete. Fuck you, Lupusant. He's just a cheater, just such a stinky, filthy cheater. Oops, I don't want to save that. I keep trying to save it, but I really don't want to. Stinky cheater. All right, I'm obviously distracting myself with fun. Oh, and there was only that one thing. Verify for posterity, and that was for empower. And I'm pretty sure Meditation Chamber already has empower. Oh, and there was only that one thing. It has recruit listed. Maybe we can recruit an adept with a meditation chamber. I think we were using it to improve a die roll, but when we sussed out all this, it didn't feel right that meditation chamber would add dice to recruiting, because I don't think meditation chamber is a huge selling point for recruiting people. Like the trophy rooms, I am impressing you with my trophies. Come join the dark side. My guild hall, our stormtroopers, we all have uniform outfits. It's like, oh, cool. That's going to add the ability to recruit more stormtroopers, right? That makes sense. But yeah, meditation chamber, not so much. I don't think so. What? Ooh. If psychic entities were more of a thing in this game, I could see a meditation chamber allowing you to recruit psychic entities that you connect with while you meditate. But that is not a common thing. In Eberron, the possessing demons are free-floating thoughts that infect people. I fucking love that. Now you can create swarms of people that all have the same thought disease. And they can all become possessed as a social swarm, as opposed to a physical group attacking somebody. You could do it that way, swarm combat. But you could also have a social aspect where you have all these people that are infected with the same possession. Guild Hall, we had Hugo Boss to sign our Exactly, because recruiting, yeah, Guild Hall is part of that. And then there was the trophy room. I need to. Exactly, because recruiting, yeah, Guild Hall is part of that. And then there was the trophy room. There. Guild Hall, teleportation, because it's easy. Like when you want to start working, I can start right now. Okay, great. You snap your fingers and you're at your place. Training hall. Hey, yeah, we can actually improve you. So if you recruit with us, we will help you gain levels and expertise and stuff like that. Trophy room. Here's all of our victories. Look at all of our medals and our accommodations and bloody blahs. Guild Hall. We have Hugo. So these things make sense. Guild Hall. There. Okay, so meditation chamber, that's good. Meditation chamber. This is probably taking longer than it's supposed to, but I'm kind of fucking around and having fun. Okay, so Sanctum. I think there's only one of those. Meditation chamber. Yep, Sanctum, and it's Empower. Sanctum has Empower. Let's go to the Empower stack. Sanctum. Can the Sanctum do both? Oh, no. Sanctum can't do either. Gains a number. Oh yeah, this is the protector ward thing. Oh no, wait. Spends a turn to downtime activity using this facility. Gains the benefit of a divine charm. Currently, we have it structured so that there's no chance of failure. This is a downtime activity. So we were just discussing this: downtime activities versus passive activities versus passive features. That's what we were trying. That's what I was in the middle of trying to do. Orders can. No wait. Facilities. Facilities have passive features. Downtime activities and issue orders. Issue orders. Oh, we also have improve orders. Improve orders. Passive features. And then there's carrying out orders. That's the words that they use in the DMG. Got that language. Passive features, downtime activities, downtime actions. Maybe that's a better word. No, activities. Downtime activities, which is like what your character is doing that week in the Bastion. I'm hanging out in the meditation chamber, of course. Passive features, carrying out orders. Which is like what your character is doing that week in the Bastion. I'm hanging out in the meditation chamber, of course. And then there's carrying out. That's clunky as fuck. I say when you issue an order through this facility. Oh, there you go. Facility orders. Nice. When you issue an order through this facility. Oh, there you go. Facilities, improve orders, passive features, downtime activities, and facility orders. Improve orders, facility orders. A, B, C, D, E, F. Like improve orders is the most concise information. So I feel like that should be first. And then passive features are like those 1-2 sentence, like 1 or 2 line sentences. Downtime activities take up a little bit more bulk and could be potentially unique. And facility orders can also take up bulk and be potentially unique. But can also be very concise if it's using one of the structured orders. I think that's the proper language. But can also be very concise if it's using one of the structured orders. I think that's the proper language. Maybe just improvements. MNOP. Yeah, no, it's improve orders. Yeah, improve. Orders improved. Yeah, no, it's improve orders. Yeah, improve. Orders improved. Yeah, that's probably far enough that it needs to go for now. That's the thought. So let's just go ahead and keep pushing forward. Obviously, this is going to take a little bit of time. Don't mind me, I'm taking time. Sanctum. Sanctum is resolved. Let's just go ahead and keep pushing forward. Sanctum was here. Cool. Training hall. We have not done the training hall yet. So training hall should improve in power for creatures and recruitment. Recruits. This will go faster as we continue to standardize things further and further. Attain, attack. Huzzah. Training hall is empower and recruit. Training hall. Training area. Empower, recruit. Cool. And now we go to here. We go to training hall. Training area, I mean. Area. I want to put the training area and the meditation chamber into a demi-plane so they can be like the danger room. I can reshape them as I needed. I love that idea. Do we have the right stuff? Yes, we do. Is there a reason why we couldn't have? Sorry, my brain's tripping on the danger room as a demi-plane, and so the way that the demi-plane is set up right now is that it allows you, to create TARDIS space, so that just like with having experts or specialists, having a larger and larger size, like having that the facility doesn't get any smaller, but its footprint does. So you have extra dimensional space in the demi-plane to put facilities. So like if you have a demi-plane on like a ship, you could have thousands of feet of storage space on that ship by having like cargo drop through a demi-plane door into a storehouse that exists inside of a demi-plane. So you could have like a training area in a demi-plane, and you could have a storehouse in a demi-plane, and you could have like a workshop in a demi-plane. So you can have multiple demi-planes, because each demi-plane can only accommodate so much space. That's the thing about the demi-plane, is it's only a doorway in your actual bastion, but it opens up all this huge interior magical space for you to do the stuff that you do. So in that idea, you can have multiple demi-planes of different sizes. Like you put like 1 point into each demi-plane, and you have 5 demi-planes. Then you would basically have 5 4x4, 10x10 spaces. And they'd all be separate, but they'd only be able to facilitate first rank activities inside of each of those demi-planes. So you can increase the size of each demi-plane, but like if you had like 10 points pumped into a single demi-plane, it's going to have 101 squares worth of space, or basically like a 10x10 or like a 50x50 foot space that this would exist in. And you could have as many facilities Tetris into that 50x50 block as you want. So you could have like a small cottage that's only a 10x10 space, but it has an entry room, and then it has a door on each of these other 3 sides that all open up into 50x50 foot spaces. So you can have a very TARDIS sort of situation. So like, again, Doctor Who's fucking cool. But this also would let you do something like on a Spelljammer ship, have like a small mosquito craft that's only like 120 feet long and like 30 feet wide at best. But then all along its abdomen, you could have doorways that lead into all these extra dimensional spaces. And at the end of it, you could have your storehouse. So you wheel the stuff up and you push it through the extra dimensional space, to disappear into the plane. And then you bring your cart back up, go back down the slide, and then you go and you load it full of more material, and then you have all these flanking doors that lead to different facilities. So you could have this huge network of all of these extra dimensional spaces. And then if you put a teleportation circle inside of these demi-planes, then you could have different ships that all have extra dimensional spaces that can connect through that teleportation. Like the teleportation circle could be used inside the demi-plane, so that anyone that has demi-planes set up in a facility, that door can have the same address as the teleportation circle. So when you open the door, it takes you to that circle. So you could have a whole network of like small mosquito fighter ships that all have doors that lead to a teleportation chamber, to the same central storage, the same demi-plane, which is itself a teleportation circle chamber, plus all the supporting material around it. That's the idea. So that was the idea. So then beyond that, it's, can I have multiple workshops? Can I have multiple training areas? Can I have, and the answer is yes, but why? And so that's where I got stuck on is the why of it. But huge tangent. But my brain's firing a lot today. So anyway, Sanctum is what we're working on. These are the things that are happening. So, but it's building a thing. It's helping us build a thing. And I love the idea of the demi-plane having an address, just like a teleportation circle has an address. I love that. I love that. I think that's super cool. So whenever you open a door to your demi, like you can have infinite demi-planes. They say that you can open the door and it can lead to a space or it can lead to another space. This is the demi-plane. This is the demi-plane spell itself. Once you can create demi-planes, you're opening the door and it goes either to a place that you've already built and still exists, or you're creating a brand new space that's empty, that's basically a blank template that you then build with. This is sort of that same thing. So I'm kind of liking the idea. Yeah, I'm thinking if you put a teleportation circle inside of a meditation, inside of a demi-plane, you can then have any demi-plane connect to that teleportation circle to lead to the same common space, even though there's multiple different doors that could open up into it at the same time. So that also means that you can potentially have spies find that information and find a way to break into an extra-dimensional facility. But yeah, these are ideas anyway. So these are the ideas that we're playing with. Fun shit. So Sanctum, training area, the training area. There we go. We finished the training area, I think. Empower and recruit. Training area. Empower and recruit. So that's squares. When you take an empower action, bestow a boon upon a creature. And when making a recruit check to attain to higher, what was the language on that? When making a recruit check to attain a new hireling to join the Bastion, you can roll an additional Bastion die, adding the highest result, adding the highest roll to the result, to the check. There you go, the result of the check. Empower action to bestow a boon. Cool, training area's done. Hey, thank you, Timely Timer. Sanctum resolved. Training area resolved. Boy, if I keep moving at this speed, it's gonna take forever. Oh well. Nothing I can do about it. Menagerie. How many we got? 1, 2. Oh yeah. For harvest animal materials and for defense. So. See what yeah, let's just grab it and go. We'll figure it out. Menagerie. Boop boop-a-doo. Menagerie. Menagerie. That's meditation chamber. Let's keep moving. There we go. Banana. Boop boop-a-doo-ba-doo. Banana. Harvest. and maintain. Making a harvest check. To attain animal materials. You roll an additional bastion die when making a maintain check to defend the bastion. You can roll an extra die. And that's the two things that Menagerie has is harvest and maintain. So let's look at our list at the Menagerie, harvest and maintain. Menagerie, harvest, maintain, and it also has recruit for getting creatures. That makes sense. So that is the Menagerie. That is now resolved. And now we can go back up here, find our first instance of it. There it is. And now Stables. Stables has one thing, which is under Harvest. So let's go to Stables. The Stables have Harvest. It does. And so we go to Harvest. We'll fetch this. This is for animals. Oh, wait. This is already for animal stuff, so this is going to be an easy pull. Harvest, maintain, recruit, good. Stables, this way. Spy Network, that's so fun. That's the only thing that the Stables has, right? Yeah. And what else did we have? Storehouse. That makes sense. The Storehouse has what? 3 things? Yeah, it's specifically for harvesting. Storehouse is for harvesting. Stables, Storehouse. Well, that was easy. Yeah, it's specifically for harvesting. Storehouse is for harvesting. Stables, Storehouse. I mean, I guess we could minimize space. I don't know. Should I parse these out as separate actions to attain mineral materials, to attain plant materials? It's redundant. Oh, I could just do to attain animal, mineral, or plant materials. That would certainly be more concise. To attain animal, plant, or caps. Thank you. Plant materials. You can roll, and yeah, that's probably the best way of doing it. Storehouse, Storehouse, Storehouse. There's an argument that Storehouse could improve trade. I get it. But we already have 4 things improving trade. So, well, there are 5 things for defense. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 for attacking. 1, 2, 3, 4 for empower. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Storehouse kind of makes sense for trade. I get it. But I'm not 100% sold on it. No, I don't think I want to. Storehouse kind of makes sense. Wouldn't it be obtain to acquire? Attain. Oh, yeah. Hey, you're right. Thank you. I'm Englishing badly. Narf. Well, that's a shame. God damn it. We know it's a problem. So when I see attain, we'll change it to obtain in the future. So we know it's a problem. We'll fix it. You're right. Attaining is achieving something or ascending, Well, obtaining is acquiring. You're absolutely correct. Nurgles. All right. Let's step past it. We'll fix it all. We'll fix it all in the edits. So, but yes, thank you, Jesus, thank you. To obtain. Great catch. Thanks for that. Really appreciate you. Yeah. Good point. Subtle. Obtain a new hireling. Right. Okay, cool. So, thank you. Let's see. What were we working on? Why was I chasing this is? I'm sure I had a good reason. Stables. Is that done? Stables is already done. Storehouse. We just finished Storehouse. That's right. So, Storehouse. Did we push that forward? Nope. Storehouse is good. Let's go back to the Storehouse. Yeah, obtain. Okay, cool. So after the Storehouse, now we're on the Gaming Hall. Nice. Only one thing to the Gaming Hall, and that's improving your lifestyle. Maintain. Maintain. What's up? Thank you. I hire an editor. I'll either pay them cash or I'll give them a percentage of it. But I don't mind you calling me out like that on something that's so like obviously wrong like that. That's like, tell me, hey, that should be capitalized, or you should use a different punctuation there. I'm gonna pay someone to do that for me, so don't worry about that. It's a really bad idea to edit your own book. Proofread or mechanical editing or like text flow. Those hiring someone, a separate pair of eyes that is disinterested in what your emotions when they're looking at the raw data. They can just process the data, and you want to make sure that's not you. Ironically, once they go through that process, then it's not really your words anymore. It becomes new, and then you can cross-edit it, which is a lot of what I do when I'm doing page layouts, when I'm looking to parse information. I've already had the entire document provided to me by a proofreader and editor to clean up both mechanics, language, and punctuation structure. They hand it back to you, and a lot of the times it just feels different. It's becoming less and less so as I get better and better at this. I'm naturally aligning with the code of 5e a little bit more precisely. So when I see edits come back, they rarely surprise me now. It's just, like I said, it's proofreading. Make sure you're catching all the shit. And they'll restructure things to make the language flow easier, and like really good editors will restructure the information so it has a better logical outline after discussing it with you as the creator. And once you get all that back, it's like this document feels completely fresh. So when you put it into the layout process, I get to do my page layouts, and I get to utilize the structure that they built for us in the original document, and then further parse and separate words. So that while we go through that process, we're able to keep that structure and formatting, and then reformat it into like consolidate or reduce, like condense the amount of text that's there, or add text to it using other language that we already have structured, like lifting language and dropping it in. But something like attained versus obtained, God, thank you for calling that out, because it just makes me look stupid. So that's appreciated. Or like if I get my math wrong, that's often very appreciated. But punctuation or like bold versus italics, is like, we'll pay someone for that. Don't worry about it. Unless it's really sticking in your craw. And then you could ask me to change it, but I rarely would change like the entire document. That would just be a little bit too lift. So Gaming Hall, back to it. But yeah, that's great commentary though, Francois. Thank you. You're forever on point, my dude. So Gaming Hall, back to it. Gaming Hall, here we go. Forever on point, my dude. And what does the Gaming Hall do? Gaming Hall does one thing. It improves maintain. Equals. When making a maintain check, We're making a maintain check to technically it's issuing the order to when you issue. Technically it's issuing an order to a maintain order to provide a lifestyle, but this is a passive feature, and the passive feature happens to reinforce the order that you're issuing to the facility. So it's kind of like with the workshop below. I could have a single point of maintain put into a gaming hall, and that then would automatically give me 2 D4s, even though I only have 1 point put into the gaming hall. It's actually, screw you, pen. It's actually in that sense incredibly efficient, so I kind of like that. But this is the only order that, this is the only die roll that gets improved. It's actually in that sense incredibly efficient, so I kind of like that. But hey, what's up? Forever on point. Yeah, dude, you're doing great. Forever on point. Yeah, dude, you're doing great. Hash is serious business, man. Hash and opium. Holy Hannah, those things got kick. Way more so than just regular weed. Although, I mean, opium is not weed at all. It's a different creature completely, or plant completely. But they both have that heavy hit. So gaming hall's resolved. So let's go down here to gaming resolve. Gaming good. Gaming hall. Gaming hall. Government. Government improves maintain, lifestyle, and government improves trade. Government, maintain and trade. Perfect. No. No. Come on, gaming hall. We're making a trade check to, what's the language on that? Making a trade check to, what's the language on that? A trade order to obtain materials to craft with. Issue a trade order to obtain non-magical items. Issue a trade order to obtain magical items. I think that's something we can do. Issue a trade order to obtain magical items. I think that's something we can do. To obtain materials or materials, magical or non-magical items. Materials, magical or non-magical items. I seem to be missing a component from this conversation. Give him a die roll. Where'd my die roll go? Government. All right, back down to the government. Back on down to the government. Back on down to the government. Provide a lifestyle to the Bastion hirelings. You can re-roll. That's not accurate. There. Finally, got it. Government. Materials. Take to obtain materials or magical. Oh boy, I don't know the language on this one at all. Non/magical items. There.
Hey, what's up?
Oh boy, I don't know the language on this one at all.
Oh, fair enough. God, I haven't had opium in 30 years. Ooh, apple slaps. The reason I like it so much is I've never had a good enough connection to be able to become addicted.
I like that that it has. It's like, oh, it feels like you're sliding off of the film, you know, like the film reel is going. It's like you can feel it's almost like you can feel the cells in the film strip of your life that flip by like 1 trillion frames per second. You can like feel it slowing down enough to actually like feel it like a pulse. Oh, it's exciting. I like it. Opium is pretty unique. That heavy, floaty disconnect feeling. I reckon that's probably addictive. I can see that. It's just fun. Being a kid was cool. Back in the days. Greenhouse, garden, menagerie, gaming hall. Did we resolve the garden and greenhouse already? Am I freaking crazy? No, we didn't. How did I skip that? Guild hall, reliquary, workshop, sanctum, training area, menagerie, stable, store. Oh, I skipped down to stable, the storehouse here, and then kept going. So government's where we're at right now. So let's backtrack. Garden. Harvest materials. Oh, we did the storehouse already. Thank you. We did the storehouse already, so we can fetch off of that. Just gotta scroll down a bit. Garden. I would like to obtain plant materials. There we go. Plant materials specifically. And greenhouse is going to be easy peasy the same. I'll catch up with you in a second. I like this. This document's feeling really like this whole system that we're building here. This feels really solid.
I got that from the yeah, right on, man. When your pressure is so high.
Yeah, because it's trying to kill you. I've had some pretty large doses of mushrooms in the past, and I in one particular instant I was looking out at a field over a fence, and I'm staring at it, and it's high. It's like 4 foot high grass, and there was a breeze, so it was waving, and the hallucination was that they all formed into like, it was just fields of skulls. That was just like 500 skulls wide, 500 feet deep in this mile of acreage, or this, like, it's this acre of field that I'm looking at. And the wind is blowing, so they're all nodding their heads, grinning at me, and I'm like, this is trying to kill me, isn't it? They're like, yes. I'm like, that's where the power comes from, isn't it? It just kept agreeing with me. I went down this path. It's like the poison is what leads you to the door of death, which allows you to open up your mind to perceive reality larger than your limited body allows, because you've got 1 foot in and out of the door at the same time. So you're seeing more than reality. So that's where this distortion effect is coming from, and that's just fun. So mushrooms are a lot more affirming than LSD ever has been. I don't talk about drugs a lot on this channel. You've got me monologuing. Garden is, there's only one garden, there's only one greenhouse, right? Yeah, garden, greenhouse. They should both have harvest built into them already. Garden, greenhouse, good. Oh, good, we're almost done. God. Garden, greenhouse, laboratory. We already did laboratory. So we should have mineral materials already in the laboratory. Let's go verify. I'm making a harvest check to obtain. Thank you. Yeah, laboratory is resolved. Smithy. Did we resolve the smithy? Smithy equals no. Yep, same thing though. Mineral materials. Hey, great. Smart that we would be here right now. Did we resolve the smithy? Smithy equals no. Yep, same thing though. Mineral materials. Hey, great. Smart that we would be here right now. This is an expansion, I think. Hold on. Sacristy, sanctum, sanctuary. Craft, empower, harvest. Smithy, empower, harvest. Woo! Harvest is starting to pull ahead. You don't know. Your experience is that shrooms are introverted and put me. They are. They're very fall into space. LSD has been very extroverted. Yes. I find I'm far more instinctive, intuitive, and kinetic movement when I'm on mushrooms. But I'm more observant, and I think find connections between conversations, locations, people, items. It's more, yeah. I would definitely say for me, it's a far more social chemical as well. But it also it makes the paranoia. Is also more extroverted, actually. That's weird. The paranoia of mushrooms, psilocybin, is, I think reality is trying to kill me, while LSD is more like they're out to kill me. It's got a very, the intro versus, I can see that. I'm interested in ayahuasca as well. I reckon that probably has a very mushroom sort of effect. Like from all the accounts that I've heard about it, that seems to be true. So smithy for harvesting, that would be like smelting ore to get the actual metal out of the slag. That's a smithy sort of thing, which is why we're doing the extra die for harvesting minerals. If you have a smithy, you can smelt that stuff to purify the minerals. That's the idea that goes into it. So smithy, got that. Okay, cool. We're back to pub. And pub improves maintain, but I think that's the only thing that it improves. Yeah, pub 1, maintain, pub. Craft. Ooh, it doesn't have it currently. Okay, maintain, research, trade. So add 1 to maintain. Oh, it was, oh, harvest was suddenly equal with everybody. I thought it was behind, but that was just a bad angle. Huh. Okay, and let's go down to the pub. Oh, harvest was suddenly equal with everybody. I thought it was behind, but that was just a bad angle. Huh. Okay, and let's go down to the pub. There we go. Actually, we can do it like that. Did we do that for Smithy? I think we added harvest to Smithy, right? Yeah. Nope. Yeah. Good. Did we do that for Smithy? I think we added harvest to Smithy, right? When making a maintain check to provide there. See, it's getting easier. Armory. Armory has 1, and Armory improves defenses. So let's go to Workshop. From Workshop to Armory. Workshop to Armory. We're figuring it out. We are. I mean, we really are figuring it out. This thing is, it's impossible to stop this book at this point. This thing is absolutely going to happen, and it's a great excuse for me to make more environment constructs, like architectural type buildings. Architecture is the word I'm trying to use. Craft and power. Maintain. Trade. Craft and power, maintain, trade. Cool. Starting to leap out there. Maintain is starting to get ahead of the pack again. Maybe we'll catch up to craft. Maybe I'll be okay with that. Wow. We'll find out. It's silly to try to make all of these the same. I work on a lot of trying to balance, but I don't think the number of facilities that are issued orders is ever going to really balance, because if this thing works well, then it'll be easy for other people to create new facilities using the same format. So there's no sense in balancing it, because it's always going to get skewed. Yeah, it's always going to get fucked up. So who cares? That's actually not important. So knowing where to find balance and not have to worry about balance is actually pretty important. And I think this is a good example of that. Barracks has 2. It improves defense and it improves attack and defense. I love that. So barracks. Where else do we got? Armory. We just did the armory, right? To defend the bastion. Yeah. So barracks, defend the bastion. Where else do we got? Armory. We just did the armory, right? To defend the bastion. Yeah. So barracks, defend the bastion. Recruit. We haven't done any attack action stuff yet, have we? No, we haven't. Neat. Okay, new language. Did we build it already? To attack a bastion or settlement. There you go. Okay, new language. Did we build it already? To attack a bastion or settlement. I'm having mouse issues. There we go. No. Yes. We're making a recruit check. To attack a bastion or settlement. There. Recruit, maintain, perfect. Well, this is exciting. We're almost done with this. And then we get to move on to the next step, which is starting to consolidate these lists to strip away stuff we don't need anymore because of this process that we're going through. And then to look at how the downtime benefits and the issued orders, how those coincide with each other. So this is a good day. This would have taken 2 sessions for me to do if I hadn't had today off. So this is a big blessing. I'm really happy about this. Let's create a little bit of space in here. Yeah. So we're down on the barracks right now. So that takes us to the crypt, which uses the same link, and it happens to be right there. Crypt. Barracks Crypt is one of the new facilities that Francois suggested for creating undead, which was delightful, and it also gave us the power of adding these different types of resurrecting characters. So in your downtime while you're defending your bastion, you can reconstitute your troops, or at least your characters and your sidekicks that are general leaders. Yeah. Fun stuff. So Crypt, I think it only has that one thing though, right? Yeah, it just has that one thing. And your sidekicks that are general leaders. Yeah, fun stuff. So Crypt, I think it only has that one. Crypt. Menagerie. Do do be do do. Menagerie. Do 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 do. Menagerie. Do do be do do. Supposedly the menagerie is done already. So let's go take a look at it real quick to confirm. To defend the bastion. Yeah. Defend, defend, defend. Workshop. We should already have that resolved. Confirmed. Cool. Next. Guild Hall. That should already be resolved. Trust the process. Teleport circle. Teleportation circle is the technical language there. And that is not yet teleportation circle. Teleport circle. Teleportation circle is the technical language there. There it is. For attaining recruits and trade. That's right. Recruits, attacks, and trade. Love that. I love that. So teleportation circle. Recruit, trade. I mean, technically, those are both recruit orders, so it only improves. Yeah, recruit and trade. Cool. Okay, good. Those are good. So let's grab recruit and trade. Oh, we'll find something along the way, I'm sure. Recruit and trade. Recruit and trade. There we go. When making a recruit check to obtain a new hireling to join the Bastion, you can roll an additional Bastion die. And when making a recruit check to attack a bastion or settlement. You roll an extra die and trade. How did that go? Was that, did we do storehouse already? God, please. Thank you. No. Where was it? I feel like we have trade down here. There it is. Didn't we just do this? I swear we just fucking did this. Government. Yeah, it's government. Thank you. I just want to be consistent in the language, so that's why I'm fetching. I just want to be consistent. So cool. Stuff is so cool. I love this. So cool. Stuff is so cool. I love this. There we go. Chip chop churi churu chrum. Recruit and trade. Go. Chip chop churi churu chrum. Recruit and trade. Good. And training area. Did we finish the training area already? Area. Training area is resolved. Trophy room. Recruit. Recruit. Trophy room. Almost done. What a process. I'm not liking research being attached to this. We're going to have to figure that out. Yeah, I don't like. We're going to have to figure out how that works. Trophy room. Barracks. Thank you, Timely Timer. Good. Okay, barracks is resolved already. Spy network is fresh. It has two things, right? Recruit, recruit. Okay, barracks is resolved already. Spy network is fresh. It has two obtain. Attack and research. So recruit and research. Is that how we have spy network right now? Recruit and research. And we also have maintain listed. Recruit and research. Maybe, oh yeah, spy network, blackmail and shit. That's a thing. Spy network doesn't necessarily make maintaining lifestyle any easier. But I think we might have manipulation. That could knock down our maintain again by getting rid of that. I'm not sure if we need it anymore. We'll see. We'll see how this shit pans out. So what are we looking at? Attack and spy network. So let's go to recruit. So let's go to the barracks real quick. No, barracks is attack. That's right, it's attack. Copy. No, barracks is attack. That's right, it's attack. Spy network. Such a I am thrilled and blessed that this is being channeled through me, that I get to be the one that these ideas get to be expressed through. That is so exciting to me. I get to be the one that these ideas get to be expressed through. That is so exciting. In a research check to we don't have I don't think we have research language yet. Hold on. We don't. I don't think we have research language yet. Issue a research order to obtain information about issue a research order God. Okay. So no, the Scriptorum crafts a magical spell. Okay. So I don't think we have any. Okay, we'll figure it out. We don't, currently, this is the only action that we have. To obtain information, pretty concise. When making a research check to obtain information. Thanks again, Francois. That was easy. Okay, cool. Spy facility is resolved. Nice. That was easy. Okay, cool. Spy facility is resolved. Teleportation circle is already resolved. War room. Ooh, we're running out, my guys. We are running out. One thing for war room, which is attack. We're running out, my guys. One thing for war room, which is attack. Okay, war room is resolved. And I think war room is already listed with recruit. Thank you. Out of order, but there it is. War room is done. Check, check, check. Archive. Auction house. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, we're so close. Archive. Research. It's going to be the same as Spy Network. I couldn't find you. You're literally hidden from me, you brat. Oh, we look at archive. Oof, all the way down. There it is. Library. Same thing, right? Voice. There it is. Okay, library is resolved. And looks like auction house is the last one. It's trade. Auction house. Trade. Let's go up to the government. Trade. Let's go up to the government. Government, Guild Hall, Teleportation Circle. Let's check out Guild Hall just to make sure the language is still good. Government, Guild Hall, Teleportation Circle. Check out Guild Hall just to make sure the language is still good. There. Auction house, government, guild hall. Is teleportation circle using the same language or is it flawed? Hold on. Temple Lord. Guild hall. Is teleportation circle using the same language or is it flawed? Hold on. There. Cool. Okay, great. That task is complete. Congrats to us. Completed the task. So now we can export this. Why are all you cats on the rear end? That's weird. Whatever. Drop on down to the butt. Why are all you cats on the rear end? Just gonna keep this stuff down here for storage for now. Just to have it on reference. And so we can pluck it. All right, so we've smoothed this out. We don't need this anymore. Add dice to resolve complications. That's where we started, and we have so ended it. We've smoothed this out. We don't need this anymore. Free perks for existing. Add dice to resolve complications. That's what these are loose ideas. I don't think this really has much meaning here right now. Free perks for existing. These are loose ideas. I don't think this really has much meaning here right now. List, Bastion, tail end. Okay, now is the next wave. Let's go through. I feel a bio break coming on, but gain advantage to resolve trade complications. Okay. Gain advantage to acquire materials. We're doing away with all of these. Gain advantage to resolve trade complications. Add best Bastion die. We're doing away with that. We've already done away with that. Add best Bastion die. We're doing away with that. Bastion die. We got rid of that. We've already done away with that. Or rather, we resolved that. Resolved. Best Bastion die. Resolve that. Bastion die. We got rid of that. Or rather, we resolved that. Resolve. Best Bastion. Acquire, obtain. Sure. Trade, okay, contact other plane effects, reduce time, add arcane spells, add Bastion dice to attack, add Bastion dice to recruit, gain advantage, we removed gaining advantage. I like rolling an additional Bastion turn, that's cool. Add Bastions to your sidekick, add specialist, add troops. Thwart sabotage, that's a defense roll. That's an technically that exists. Sabotage, that's a defense roll. Issue an order increase Bastion defense. Okay, we'll leave those separate for now. Sabotage as well. No, sabotage. They have it listed as maintained. That should be. We know now for a fact that sabotage arrival Bastion should be under recruit. Yeah. Okay. Defending a bastion from attack. Establish lifestyle, swap for gold, swap points for gold, issue a maintain order, resolve complications, add a bastion die, don't need that. That's been resolved. Add best die has been resolved. Add best die has been resolved. Chunk, 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 those are tasks. Or orders that are issued. Ignore complication about needing material, that's horrible. We need to remove that language. Reroll harvest checks to avoid complications. That's horrible. That needs to be removed. Adding undead that's fine. Creating material, that's fine. That's fine. Cool. Okay, cool. So that's we're simplifying that. So I think what I want to do next is sweep through and destroy all the extraneous language that's no longer relevant. Okay, cool. So we're simplifying that. What I want to do next is sweep through and destroy all the extraneous language that's no longer relevant. Create magic items, research stuff. Create non-magical items, create magical items, acquire non-magical items, auction for gold, auction for magic items, roll addition bastion die that's been destroyed, crypt. Time. I'm probably going to get rid of that. You issue the trade order, sacrifice one bastion point if you succeed. Okay. Okay. Resolve that already. Recruit a dude. Rolling again on trade. Use time with laboratory. We might get rid of that. That's why we're going through this process to see what's actually left. Create magic items. Improve points. Choose one skill listed below for each bastion point spent to improve the research order through this facility. You can issue the research order for this facility to research a subject related. Okay, cool. That's fine for now. Divine Charm works for now. Recruit, NPC. You can re-roll the check. Nope, we remove that language. Maintain, bastion die, keep the highest result. We remove that. Recruit a sidekick. Empower equals charm. Research equals contact other plane. Create a magical item. Contact other plane. Gain advantage on the bastion test equals never mind. Create magic shit. Harvest stuff. I almost want to take Sacristy and do recruiting like other planar stuff. It's too broad of a category though. Like angels make sense, but not demons. So it doesn't really make sense. Issue. Okay, that's cool. Sanctum. When making an empowered check to bestow a boon upon a creature, you can roll an additional bastion die, and the highest that doesn't worry. That doesn't. Hold on. Yep. No, that's legit. That still exists. Dun, dun, dun. What's up?
Yeah, probably gave me all for the win.
Well done, Steve. Thanks for the suggestions. They were good. Craft. Empower. Well done, Steve. Thanks for the suggestions. They were good. These mechanics is combat, which we'll have to pluck and drop down into the Bastion conflict section, but I'm going to leave it there for now until we get to that point. Everything in due process. I don't want to jump around too much. When you have a complication with an order, yeah, we're going to get rid of that. When you have a complication with an order, yeah, we're going to get rid of that. Right, auction for magic items, recruit, trade, trade. Roll an advantage, roll an additional event. Each bastion turn that stays. You can roll an additional bastion die that has been removed. Teleport once per day. You can re-roll an additional die that's already been resolved. Like this is a passive. Roll an additional event each bastion turn. This is also a passive. This facility can cast a teleport spell once per day. Like you don't issue an order to the teleportation circle to because you can only issue one order per week. Well, if you're a third ranked bastion, you only have 4 orders you can issue per week. But a teleportation circle basically works every day, so that becomes a passive benefit. That's a passive benefit to be able to teleport once per day. So all of this stuff. Like these are all passive benefits. The recruit, gain a die, trade, gain a thing. Recruit, roll an additional event. That should probably actually be maintained. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Thank you. Trade, this facility can cast teleport once per day. Is that really a trade task or is that a maintain task? Trade, this facility can cast teleport once per day. Maybe it's an empower check. Hold on. Maintain for a bastion turn, and then empower. I think teleport once per day. That feels like an empowerment thing. So let's go to empower, maintain, trade, recruit. Empower, maintain, recruit, and trade. I'm on the wrong thing. I'm getting out of sequence. That's what's happening, but I want to get this while I'm thinking about it. Good enough. Theater. Empower. There you go. Recruit. Pick up an expert. Okay. Downtime activity. Okay. Oy vey. Okay, so the way that this one's really sticking in my craw. Hold on. You should maintain order to defend your bastion from being attacked. Roll an additional bastion die. You should recruit order to attack. You can issue recruit order to send troops. That's more combat language that gets clarified in the Bastion conflicts area that needs to be scrubbed. You can issue the craft order to create non-magical items, magical items. Create magical items and power golems. Okay, cool. So that's the end of that set. So let's go back to the trophy room, and let's go to the actual DMG25. And actually look at the trophy room. So trophy room, they want us to focus on research. The room houses a collection of mementos, such as weapons from old battles, mounted heads of slain creatures, trinkets plucked from dungeons and ruins, and trophies passed down from ancestors. Yum. Research options. When you issue the research order to this facility, choose one of the following options. You commission the facility's hirelings to research a topic of your choice. The topic can be a legend of any kind of creature or a famous object. The topic need not be directly related to items on display in the room, as the trophies provide clues to research a wide variety of other subjects. That sounds like bullshit to me. When the research concludes, the hirelings obtain up to 3 accurate pieces of information about the topic that were previously unknown to you, and shares this knowledge with you the next time you speak with them. The DM determines what information is learned. Research, trinket trophy. You commission the facility's hirelings to search for a trinket that might be of use to you. The work takes 7 days, and the research concludes. Roll any die. If the number rolled is odd, the hirelings find nothing. If the number is even, this is as deep as the mechanics get, by the way. Flip a coin. The hireling finds a magic item. Flip a coin. You get a magic item. This is as deep as the mechanics get, by the way. You fucking kidding me? So the war room gives you a new magic item every week. Let me guess. This is a level 17 facility. It's level 9? War room gives you a new magic item every week. Let me guess. This is a level 17 facility. Oh, common. Well, it's only common magic items. Okay, that's not as bad. I kind of like that though. Oh, common. Well, it's only common magic items. Okay, that's not as bad. I don't like that. Jesus. Stop. Yours anti-spice pouch. What the fuck? I don't remember this. The belt pouch appears empty and has 10 charges. While holding the pouch, you can take the magic item to expend 1 charge. Name any non-magical food seasoning. What the fuck? I don't remember this. The belt pouch appears empty and has 10 charges. While holding the pouch, you can take the magic item. It's enough to season a single meal. The pouch regains 1d6 plus 4 expended charges daily at dawn. Holy shit. That's... I love that. What a random piece of equipment. I love it. Okay, so, but they're defining that as research, like not trade. I love that. What a random piece of equipment. Research is discovering information. Trade is obtaining gear. They have it listed as research. Okay, we can reflavor that language of the research to be that you're like shaman, like via shamanism, connecting with the spirits of the creatures and tokens that are inside of the trophy room, to summon the spirits associated with them, to ask them questions, not necessarily specifically about the gear that you have, the trophies that you have, but related subjects. So, oh, okay, that works out. So equals research equals contact other plane stuff. Contact other plane language about stuff. We'll figure that out. We'll figure out the stuff part. But that the only okay. This is the first time that's made sense to me. I am on board with that, and we can add the trade action. Actually happy with that trade. I am on board with that, and we can add the trade action. Oh yeah, trade totally works with this too. Let's go to the storehouse. No, yeah, this totally, that feels right. That actually feels right. I'm happy with this. Neat. So research, recruit, trade. And that expands trade. So research, recruit, trade. And that expands trade. I'm thrilled about that. I'm actually thrilled with that. Wait. I just did that wrong. Nope. It doesn't belong there. That's a false. Wait a second. There. That wasn't what I was supposed to do. That's supposed to be down here. Trade equals locate locate non-magical item. Obtain non-magical item. There you go. Easy enough. Very simple language. Duplicated. It duplicates what we have going on in the auction house as well as the storehouse. I think the storehouse. Yeah. Very simple language. Duplicated. How are we looking? It's 6 o'clock. I've been kicking with this for a while. I think this is a natural breaking point. I've been on this, what, 4 hours? 5 hours. So we've only it's for almost 5 hours. Holy shit. Okay, so we've made some decent progress here, and the next stuff that we need to start thinking about is parsing down and resolving these different pieces of language. And I feel like this is probably a good stopping point for us now. Yeah, my gut's telling me to stop, so I'm going to go ahead and stop now. So, okay, cool. So that's where we're at. When we continue, I think we're going to be doing. I'm getting the monster manual tomorrow. So I think if I have time, I should have time for lunch tomorrow. So we should have a lunch stream, and with the new monster manual, we're going to be updating the monsters that we have. So I think we're just going to spend a little time studying the book and looking at all the different monsters that the team has already encountered in the Martial Powers Mega Dungeon playtest that we're doing. We had Dark Mantles, Spiders, Ghasts, Ghouls, Skeletons, Zombies, Wights, Ogres, Ettins, Hobgoblins, Bugbears, Umber Hulk, Iron Cobra, and Huge Constrictor. It's a good list of monsters. We can go through those, and then we can. I don't want to necessarily spoil what the team is going to run across next, so we shan't do that. But that, yeah, we're going to spend time looking at that, and probably just messing around with Martial Powers in general tomorrow. I think we only have an hour lunch, so that should probably be plenty of work. But this weekend, we're going to start using the 2024 monster manual for the Martial Power playtest. So that's the last piece that we need to fall into place. And while we're at it, we can take a look at the stuff that we would need, the updates to the monsters that we have in the Eberron adventure. So that's fun. Maybe we'll do that too. We'll just fuck around with the monster manual. Let's just do that. Cool. So hey, Francois, Steve, thanks guys. Appreciate you hanging out with me. Anyone else out there that's in the multiverse, like, subscribe, hit the bell icon. Check out the books I got down below. Join my Discord if you're interested. Like, subscribe to see more of this stuff. We'll be back tomorrow morning to do more Eberron art. We'll be back in the afternoon, probably like around 1 o'clock, lunch shift, to do to explore the monster manual. Thursday morning, we'll be back to do more Eberron art. Thursday night, we're going to continue with the Bastion system, and we should have a good 3-hour block to mess around with these ideas. So we'll be able to make we'll be able to move forward substantially. We're only going to have an hour on Tuesday, and sometimes it takes an hour for me just to get over being excited about the book before we get serious. So that sounds like a Thursday night task to me. And then Friday morning artwork, Friday lunch shift again at 1 o'clock. We'll do, I don't know what we're going to do. Bastion stuff maybe? Maybe we'll do spell point sorcerers. I guess we'll see how far we get into the monster manual. And then Saturday morning, we typically do Bastion stuff as a preamble to the actual playtest that we run on Saturday lunch. And then I'll take Sunday off, and then we'll be back here Monday next week, same, except that it'll be early morning Eberron art, and then night shift we'll do the facility. So Monday nights and Thursday nights we work on the Bastion system, and then on Tuesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays we're typically working on either Martial Powers or another one of the books that we've been developing, like the Spelljammer subclasses, or the Spelljammer Kaiju and Machines, which is like the Mecha Evangelion Gundam Veritech supplement for expanding ship options. So we'll see. We'll definitely do Monster Manual tomorrow. That I know for sure. We'll do Bastions on Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday we're going to leave open for whatever comes along. So, hey, thanks a lot, guys. Good times. I'll see you on the other side. Cheers.